Now we're live. Fucked up the beginning.
All right.
All right, now we're live.
Yeah, now we're live.
Nice. Alexius, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Do we go with introductions first?
Yeah, yeah.
The guy who runs the Roman Ramblings channel.
All right.
Next one, Spectrum, the host of the show.
Yeah, I'm supposedly the host of all this, but don't let it get confused. This is very much Dova's
Little
brainchild.
fun project.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one day I had this idea for Roman Theory Iceberg, and I thought man, I think it would be fun. There was no good one, so I spent 2 hours making one, and I gathered some of the most brilliant minds to discuss the eldritch truths about Roman history, and that's
Now,
what we're
here's
gonna
the
be
question:
spending like
Were there,
3 hours doing.
were there any bad Roman icebergs out there?
That's Monsieur, by the way, Monsieur Z,
Howdy, folks. Mr. Z here.
and there's someone else too.
There's me. I'm
Nice.
Pax from Pax Romana. I'm excited for the iceberg, and I'm not going to tolerate any Byzantine slander.
You're gonna be hitting Alexis then. Right. So what we're gonna be doing today is we're gonna be going over a lot of theories, a lot of historical debates, a lot of, as I said, eldritch truths about Roman history, and we're gonna tell what's what. We're gonna put our fingers on the table and say what's true, what's not, what has some weight to it, what doesn't, when everyone's wrong, when everyone's right, and it's gonna get dark right down there below the iceberg. But we'll get there. We'll cross that bridge eventually. But we're gonna start right at the top for now. We're gonna start with
Yeah.
Claudius was actually smart.
Yeah, this is the first one.
Yeah, we're right at the top. We're not even touching the iceberg. This is what plebs, everyone already have some idea. They're already in the Roman history. You can tell it by the photo there. The dude with the Monty Python helmet, that monstrosity over there.
Yeah, this one.
But
Yeah.
the dude in the first tier, he's already sensing something. He's already on the phone. He's already
Now,
smoking.
the dude that's starting to sense the real truth is below him, but we'll get there.
Again, sure.
Anyway,
Yes, Claudius
so-
being actually smart. Of course, we know during Claudius's campaign, at least compared to Caligula, did make some gains for the Roman Empire.
yeah,
Is
Claudius, I would say,
Is this a Caligula slander? What do you mean Caligula didn't make any gains?
The thing about
I'm
him
not
is that he had
saying-
a stutter. It was-
Right. The whole thing
producer.
was that everybody, Caligula made him out to be a fool because of his speech impediment and all.
Yeah.
Not necessarily an indicator that he wasn't competent, though.
Mhm.
I believe he also wrote a history of the Etruscans that we've lost, so probably.
Why don't you read that?
I'm just gonna put
I've just heard
Claudius
that
in
before.
the thing. Here we go.
What?
Yeah, I just put Claudius a picture of Claudius in the stream.
Cool. All right, so no, it's the first theory. We are in agreement. Not much to say there. Yeah, and he was. I think Claudius is like a top 15, top 10 emperors for me. Honestly, good guy. Western emperors at least. Right. So the Romans didn't really salt Carthage.
Oh yeah, that's a common thing.
Probably true, but I
Ultimate.
don't want to believe it.
Well, there's a whole basic reasoning for that, right? Africa was one of the most producing, most fertile lands back then. North Africa, over there, Tunisia, and why would you salt land that would feed your future armies? So yeah, it was stupid anyway, but it makes a good meme.
Yeah.
The whole salting thing, and I forgot if the salting of Carthage was a invention that only started appearing in the historical records centuries or even a millennia after the fact. On medieval texts and stuff.
I think it's like
Something that.
it's no, it's some 20th century shit. Ooh,
No,
sorry.
it's even after that.
No,
It's the basic
I
stuff is
invented it.
from Bible, yeah. So the,
Right.
the prototype of the story is something from the Bible.
Oh.
Some Babylonian Canaanites war.
No, I love.
where it actually happened.
I love the fact that the Romans, they didn't salt Carthage, but they did destroy it. And the part that I absolutely love is that they destroyed it only to rebuild it again.
You
Well,
know, you
that's the
gotta
whole
destroy your
point.
enemies.
It's a very strategically valuable land. You don't want to make it uninhabitable and unfruitful. You'll of course want to use all of its advantages yourself. So salting it
Also, the
just doesn't really
Carthaginians
make
deserved it. The Punics.
the Punics.
3 wars. Like, are you kidding me? Like, just
mean-
die.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. What about the fourth war? The fourth
3,
war that
huh?
we-
Hold on,
That's
hold
another
on.
thing. You're getting
Hold
ahead of
it.
yourself.
Hold it. We get.
So,
we get
do we
After, so
do we agree that not moving a city 10 kilometers inland is a violation of NAP?
He was so damn funny. Like the whole demands that they had for the Punics, they were so outrageous. Like just become our slaves. Just do these outrageous things. Like the demands they had to not start a third Punic war. They just wanted a war. It wasn't serious demands. Like, destroy your city, move it inland. Like what the hell?
Ah, yes, the Mediterranean breeze is a bad influence on the Carthaginians.
yeah, man. Access
Okay,
to
we're
the
in a-
ocean.
We're
Access
in
to the-
agreement. It didn't happen, but it would have been funnier if it did.
But it
We're gonna
should've.
pretend that it did. Right.
Right. We'll
The
just.
reason the empire collapsed.
Oh,
So it's
God.
it's like it's worded very vaguely because we kind of chose when we were checking it out for the first time. But generally, this applies to the reason the empire collapsed was because of Christianity or because the Germans invaded the barbarians. Very very basic stuff. Mostly those two. And it's what people love debating about why it collapsed because everyone sees a couple of historic civilians videos on YouTube, great channel by the way, and they start thinking of themselves as, okay, I know the truth. I know what's gonna happen. You're only gonna know the truth once we get to about the 7th tier on this list.
So
No,
I think if you come up to a random person like in the on TikTok, they're not gonna know anything about Rome, but they'll say, "Well, I know that it fell, and it was because it was because dot dot dot."
A lot of people will say, "Oh, it's because all empires fall. Rome grew too big to be able to maintain itself."
I
But
hate
it's
this
basically-
talk, to be honest.
It's not like completely without merit, that argument, but it's like it's a tiny piece of the big.
Yeah,
that's
of
that's a
course.
big generalization, you know.
It's
Yeah, the bigger the empire, the harder to maintain. But to say it collapsed under its own weight, it's not like it's an unfounded statement. But generally, when I hear people saying that, it's generally people who don't know the specifics. You know,
Right.
there was a lot of stuff you could point to before you start making such a broad statement like that. You can blame a lot of people.
One big thing a lot of people forget, I think, that contributed to the issue is the devaluation of Rome's currency.
That only 2 emperors tried to address successfully.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's why Domitian's the goat.
So what was the stupidest stakes and the empire collapsed? So we're talking here 476, obviously.
Lead pipes.
Yeah, lead pipes is a popular one.
Bad vibes are around. Yeah, well, that day generally. At least on that tier.
Cool. It's been cool. Lead pipes.
What are some obscure
else?
reasons that the empire fell that people don't talk about?
Well,
lead
pipes kind of obscure.
Yeah, yeah.
You want
the
the
popular
most
ones
obscure
are the
reason.
invasions.
The invasions, the size of the empire.
The whole
Yeah,
idea that the Romans stopped fighting themselves and just.
Oh, to be
hired
honest,
barbarians
if you want to
do it.
get very applied on why it fell, I think the fall of the Republic, them being unable to maintain the quasi-democratic institutions of the early Republic, it contributed to power being accumulated into the hands of one man. And when that man is named Caligula or something like that, it goes downhill.
Yeah, no, that's
The big issue with the Republic was that it was really based on a reciprocal relationship between the citizen and the government. And that reciprocity began to break down because you had sort of the plebs, starting to say, hey, we actually have power through our numbers. We're going to make more and more demands. And you had the elites who said, well, we already have power. Why should we exert ourselves or hold ourselves to these standards when we can just use our power however we want, or to enrich ourselves, or to live like hedonistic lives. So you had sort of a breakdown of that glue that was really holding the Republic together and that actually made it very effective.
Hmm. Like we can compare how the
Words
Empire
on
behaved and how it operated, which is how the early Republic operated. The early Republic had new leadership every damn year, two new dudes every new year.
Yeah.
Not to mention the rotation on the Senate itself, and it was still so much more stable than rules of even the good emperors. You know, like that ruled for 15 years or whatever. So yeah, I think the death of the Republic was a very critical point where the whole Roman structure eventually fell, even though it lasted several centuries after the fact.
And you know,
It's
there's
kind of
definitely an
simplistic, I
argument
think.
to be made that the Republic was greater than the Empire was, given that so many of those gains that Rome made were still during the Republican period, even if the late Republican period.
Right, by the way, we haven't addressed a core proponent of the reason the empire collapsed that people like to discuss, blaming Christianity and thing. What do you think about that?
Uh, that's
No, it's the modern politics thing. It's just a like litmus test for the modern politics. If for modern American politics, if they say like the reason the empire collapsed was the foreigners and the degeneracy, it's basic bitch conservatism, and but the scientific atheist types, they're like, no, it was Christianity. You don't know.
Yeah, like there's only two types of people that would make the argument that Christianity destroyed the empire. Either it's like some kind of scholar that's trying to make a very specific kind of criticism, like a something about Christian theology that made Romans unable to do a very specific kind of behavior, political behavior that they used to do that was very effective. Like, for example, assimilation of other cultures, religions into their own pantheon. Can't do that anymore, gotta be conversion. And you can make some arguments that are applied like that, and I could buy it. And then there's the other ones that just hate Christianity, either because they're
It's
atheists or pagans or whatever.
it's r/atheism take.
it's
But I think the most normie one is that the degeneracy and people envision. So they talk about the fall in 476, but they envision like the Augustan era with all the Caligula and
Yeah, there's a lot
Nero
of
and this
there's a lot of
stuff. So
nostalgia like that.
this is sort of a mix up. So people look at this photo and as this picture of Vandal Sack, and they will put it next to like an orgy from the first century, and say, well, you see the weak man they breed
Many such cases.
man.
yeah, that's
And
the-
fun fact, this painting actually isn't even supposed to be explicitly Rome. It's just an antiquity empire. It's by Thomas
It's
Cole.
pretty much
actually.
Rome. Like we all know what
It
they were
is
pointing.
it is basically Rome, but it's not a picture of any particular place in Rome. Yeah.
no.
Do you know the
Okay.
Richard Nixon
The-
quote about why Rome fell?
Oh, I think we have
No,
it in the
we'll get
third.
to
The brilliant
Yes.
scholar Nixon.
It's in the third tier, yes.
No, yeah, it's no. There are multiple reasons why the Roman Empire collapsed, and you can't really pin down. Man, I find it very difficult to pin down to a single thing that points to
Is
its
it like
end.
242 reasons?
All right.
Yes,
I think
of the sort.
we kind of cracked that nut. Very vague nut. The reason the empire collapsed. All right. So the Romans stole Greek culture. How are we feeling about that?
No.
I think
As
it's just
a-
true.
As a vanilla take, it's
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
it's kind of overrated.
yeah. because-
people kind of even say that. Well, it's the Roman culture is actually Greek culture, but it's like the surface level take.
The gods were the same but renamed. A lot of the at least upper tier class behavior. It was very copy pasted from the Greeks in a lot of ways. And we had straight up Greekaboo emperors, and
Yeah, like
yeah,
Hadrian.
it's just true. I don't see any argument you could make against that.
Yeah, but
But
the
who do you
Romans.
think had,
The Romans stole from
who had more of an
everyone.
effect? Who had
Let's-
more of an effect
most of
on
all
the
the
culture?
Greeks.
Was it the Greeks or the Etruscans?
On what?
The Etruscans, it wasn't even
Total Roman
stealing
culture.
because it was very next to them. It was very like a assimilating culture that you interacted with on a not daily basis, but very frequently. And so I wouldn't say the Romans stole Etruscan culture, even though a lot of Etruscan culture is core to the early Roman culture and later one too.
Yeah.
But like I would say it was far more conscious of stealing Greek
They
culture,
appropriated
if you
it.
want to use that word.
That is cultural appropriation of the Etruscans.
Cultural appropriation. Yes.
Yeah, Rome.
Yes.
Rome is the cultural appropriation empire brought to life, essentially.
No, but that's this like it's a big true for a certain period for like 200s and 100s BC. Basically, like there aren't even like Latin historians before this. So
Yeah, and people started speaking Greek a lot as a second language.
everything's in Greek. Like all the primary sources are in Greek. So
And
it's
then things really get Greek by the later centuries of the empire.
yeah.
Yep.
All right, so that's about as serious as we're gonna get today. That's the
Yeah.
first rank.
Yeah. Now we're gonna move up to the second tier. It's still fairly normie stuff.
Yeah, but we're gonna start dipping our toes into some cold water. Start the process. So, Augustus was pretty evil.
Yeah.
Well, see, this guy doesn't. This picture doesn't strike me as one that's more woke.
Evil compared to who?
I think just in straight morality wise. For example, we mentioned Historians of Show. He did a lot of work on Augustus's life and reign, and you can pretty much tell just from his videos alone and any cursory reading of Wikipedia pages or any historical documents. Augustus did a lot of quote evil stuff. Killed a lot of innocents and purged and took power, pretty much destroyed the Republic covertly. And yeah, I think you can pretty well defend the fact that Augustus was pretty evil. Maybe you could try to sway it in another word, Machiavellian, that would be more applied. But I'm fine with evil. Augustus was kind of evil, yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
not
there's
passing judgment here.
There's a sub theory to go along with that, which again is Augustus faked Caesar's will to take power.
No.
I don't even know how he was
Okay.
going to do that. You would have to assume Caesar was very dumb.
I think it should be somewhere underwater in this picture.
We already went
Like-
through that. For those who don't know, we kind of discussed a little bit where each theory should be. So if you hear from Alexis that we should move it up and down, just ignore the dude.
Yes, he.
Because he told me to shut up when I wanted to move stuff.
What?
The reason the empire fell and stuff.
Yeah,
Anyway,
Yeah.
What? What's going on?
no
I think
one,
we're
no one has
still-
any argument.
No, it's only topic
No,
of
like,
Augustus.
well, the thing
I
is,
think
Augustus was a pretty.
the big thing is that he didn't kill anyone after he took power. So I think it's pretty telling.
I'm pretty sure he
did
purged
kill
the
him,
Senate
didn't
like twice.
It was way less, but he did still
No,
did,
no,
right?
They deserved it though.
No,
if we're gonna have an evil tyrant, might as well be Augustus. But was he evil? I think yeah.
Would there be any emperor that wasn't then?
like what constitutes evil?
Yeah,
evil
that's a good
in this
argument
regard?
because if you're gonna call Augustus evil, you're gonna be calling a lot of emperors evil too, even if not most of them.
And if the civil wars ended after he took power, I mean that's probably
It's
a
the worst that he started.
true.
Is Augustus necessary evil?
Yeah,
Um,
he's
no,
the
in
reckoning that Rome deserves.
In an ideal world, we wouldn't need Augustus. We would just have a functional republic, because that was the better system overall, long term at least. So again, if you're being very pragmatic, then yeah, have your Augustus, pretty competent dude, and overall wanted what was best for the empire, if not for the betterment of everyone, for himself, which eventually was for the betterment of quite a bit of the civilian population. But yeah, I don't have a
Every
problem
single
with that.
politician from the era did about the same amount of purging, murdering,
Or more.
yes, as Augustus.
Well, according to the
Okay.
chat, Augustus was a god, so he can't be evil.
You can be an
You
evil
can be
god.
an evil god. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Augustus was an evil god.
Augustus
Marcus Aurelius should have
was benevolent.
Commodus.
What are you gonna put there? Just
Well, you demanded that it be like censored so we can extrapolate what the word is. Let's see.
Well,
What should have Marcus Aurelius done to Commodus that fits in that description?
I just think he should have educated Commodus.
Educated.
Educated, yes.
Physically educated with one of his members, right?
One of his members.
I'm
certainly.
trying to fit the word there that you censored.
I didn't censor
Raised.
anything. Raised? Beautiful. Well, he did raise him, like, but the way he did it.
We can all agree that he should have killed Commodus, yeah?
Look,
Who would have been?
we
a
don't
better-
know. Like, we don't know enough about their relations. Maybe it's all Marcus Aurelius' fault, how he turned out. He was,
Maybe. Didn't he
Hey,
have like 10 kids?
abandoned?
8 kids?
most of them died in infancy. He did raise them, like, but the way.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I think
something like that.
Commodus did not have like a brother who lived, or maybe he did. I don't remember. Marcus Aurelius did have like 12 kids or something.
Well, like, he was born into the purple, right? He was raised to be an emperor and eventually became one. He didn't have the grit of the other dudes that were generous or something like that. Not born to
14
the top.
children.
14. Not that guy. I like him. But yeah, like
14.
demanding that a father kill his son, that's demanding a lot, isn't it?
A lot.
Even if your son is Commodus.
Like Septimius Severus says this, but he does not follow his own advice.
Yeah, he does, and his sons were. We just said
About the
his sons were even
same.
worse.
About the same. Yeah, I said about the same.
Maybe they weren't as incompetent, but they were eviler.
You know, the idea that all the emperors before, well, the 4 before him all didn't have a son, so they picked the best man. Then Marcus picked his son, kind of changing what was going on. A lot of people think he should have but the other ones didn't have sons, so.
Not planned, by the way. Some people appraise the 5 good emperors for their morals in picking their successors and stuff, but it was very random, on the spot, not even conscious in some cases. Like, there's a theory about that later. But if they had sons, I think they would have picked them, but they didn't. So they went with like a cousin of a cousin or a friend or a dude.
So putting disinherit here is kind of a compromise solution.
No, that's not a good solution. You disinherit Commodus, and then he's gonna gather an army and start a revolt.
Yeah, but
Okay, who's gonna follow Commodus into war? Is the question.
You're gonna bribe the whole Praetorian Guard, and they're gonna damn follow you to war. They did it several times.
Well, you take away his money. You don't leave him something. You just
Okay, how
make
about
him
this?
make
You
him
kill the
gladiator.
guy. Then you don't have
Yeah,
to
sure,
steal the money. Then
But
you run the damn
well,
risk.
people say, "Oh no!" But then like a pretender shows up, says, "Well, I'm actually survived. I'm the Commodus," and he may be actually competent, unlike Commodus.
You're running a big risk there.
I know, right? But I think like keeping him alive and under control is a better solution than murdering him.
Keep him in a cage, poke him.
Yeah,
sometimes.
but like
The eastern part of the empire.
he wanted to be gladiator. He didn't want to be an emperor.
Force him to be a gladiator. A
Force him
real
to be a
one.
gladiator, a real one. Yes. There, solution.
Yeah, I like the solution because he would die.
This
No,
is like one of those trade-offer memes. I get the Roman Empire. You get to be a gladiator.
Honestly. Okay, well, that's fine. That's settled. Scipio was guilty of every bribery charge he had.
I mean, I wouldn't say he was guilty of every bribery charge he had, but most of them probably.
Why would you say that?
Come
What
on.
if he was guilty of bribes that weren't even levied? Maybe that guy was the most corrupt dude ever.
Yeah, maybe. No,
Look,
I
Okay,
don't.
why wouldn't you think he was guilty? Just because he had that speech about his homeland being ungrateful?
It was a great speech.
That's not
Yeah,
a speech.
you mean
that's an
he-
epitaph.
His epitaph.
A comment.
Yeah.
Nah, it was a speech. It happened. I was there.
I was the stone.
I was Scipio.
We're guilty of every bribe.
This is starting to get a little too nonsensical. I mean, we're not
He was
quite
a
at that
victim
tier
of
yet.
Cato propaganda.
Yeah.
Right.
Look, it's pretty much the Augustus was evil thing. Like so like he was guilty of every bribe. So what, kind of thing.
So what? He paid his fair due in service, right?
Look, it's yeah, it was a usual thing of state
It
diplomacy.
sounds like it sounds like something you would hear in the third world. You know, who cares that this president was ultra hyper corrupt? He built some roads.
Rouba my
Yeah,
spies.
Correct. I think you can relate.
No.
Do you not like winning the wars?
Look, I get that some people look at what Scipio's accomplishments and say, dude beat Hannibal, he did this and that. Oh, look at all what he saved, how many lives he saved overall. He saved the Republic and everything. But if you commit crimes, you commit crimes, you know? And it's still a damn republic. There's still a rule of law, not ruled by one man. So
But
I'm
the
assuming he was
charges
guilty.
aren't about crimes. The charges aren't about sort of crimes directly, right? So he appropriated funds from the campaign, which he won.
Maybe he used those funds to bribe people.
To do what? I mean, I think he just used them to to build himself a mansion. But it's not like he had like a political aspirations or anything. It was more like
Scipio didn't have political
embezzlement. He just embezzled those money basically from the campaign.
It was just embezzlement, my dude.
Well, a lot of it could have been how much Cato thought he was a threat to the Republic itself because of how much of Spain he controlled. So a good way to take down someone like that is to, charge them.
Yeah, to be fair to Scipio, he didn't do anything that any other leading consul did in
He was just
campaign.
popular.
I think not really. He kind of pushed it to the next level in terms of taking matters in his own hands.
And he had a lot of troops loyal to him alone.
By the way, we've got to remember that the Republic was very corrupt even back then.
But
At least some
No, the Republic is
think-
corrupt because the entire structure of its society was basically Rome was influence trafficking the society. That's the whole patronage system. It's basically influence trafficking, what we call influence trafficking. Except that was the basis of Roman society, pretty much. Scipio just extended it beyond the Roman world. No one's gonna say anything.
I buy it.
I don't think like
he was guilty of
it's-
everything.
Nah, it's not like people, in the Greek city-states were like, "What are the bribes?" Ooh, I'm pretty sure they were very acute. I mean, they knew how to take bribes. Like the Roman system with the like patron clients. I don't think it was like a unique in that age, a unique thing. It like what Scipio did wasn't extending it to the outside world. He didn't really engage people in those societies.
Okay, here's the real question then. Yeah, assume he was guilty of every charge and then some more. Do you care compared to what he did?
I do not care.
I mean, why would I care? It's been over 2,000 years. Hard
If
for me
you
to care.
lived back then.
Not really.
No, you say that now.
I choose.
But
to not
I
believe
get the
murder of
sentiment.
people I like.
Can you imagine?
Leo,
Haters gonna hate.
Yeah.
Scipio was a
I
popular guy.
hate Scipio. I like the guy. I like how bold he was.
I suppose
But-
we should move on to the next one.
Right. You want to read it?
Leo VI was Michael III's son. This is Byzantine territory.
Yeah, so we might have to explain to some dudes and not as well versed in Byzantine history quickly. So Leo VI, Byzantine emperor, and Michael III was a predecessor, but before him was Basil I. So there were theories because of how Michael III had relationships with his mother, and He was actually the son of Michael III because Leo VI treated Michael III's memory and his corpse. He buried him in the imperial palace, and Basso the First was Michael III's both friend and rival, and there's a whole story there. And it's a theory that's mostly based on historical documents. Like actual historians are out there in documents writing that they think it's more suspicious than not that Leo was Michael III's son. So it's a real thing. It's a real theory. This. Other thing is it likely to be true?
Yep.
Yes, that's a vote.
Yeah. True.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'd say, it's more likely than not.
Well, his mother was Michael's mistress and Basil's wife, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, and he was born like half a year after Michael III died.
Yeah, I buy it. But I would say if it's like one of those that starts sounding like speculation, this is the one that starts sounding like speculation.
Well,
it's found
as far as speculations go, like this is the least kooky one, let's say. There is a lot of supporting circumstances. It's not like the evidence.
You want to zoom out? You want to zoom out, Spectrum, to show how cookie it
No,
it
no,
will
no,
get?
no, no, not yet, not yet, not yet.
No spoilers yet.
No, we're not gonna delve into Lovecraftian horrors just yet.
Right. Okay then. Pompey was a glory stealer.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty clear.
That says a lot, actually. That says that he was like a kind of a fraud, he didn't deserve the glory.
Not necessarily a fraud, but he definitely wanted to accumulate as much, I suppose, for lack of a better word, clout in the Roman world as possible. He wanted to come off
if he stole some glory, he was kind of a fraud.
Okay, present an example.
For example, what was
it would primarily be against Crassus, the whole situation with the slave revolt.
Yeah,
right?
that would be an example, and he also did it with other general, like when he crushing a rebellion
Spain,
on
yes.
Hispania.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But it's not. He did kill those those slaves, right? the 5,000, whomever. So it's not like he, made it up.
I buy it.
So a little bit of a, embellishing the story, maybe stealing. Not really.
Okay, I'll just say it. I'm not a fan of Pompey. I don't like his bust.
I don't think it's Pompey though. I think it's Titus.
It says Pompey on.
No, we're talking about Pompey.
No, it says Pompey. It says Pompey. Hold on, let me just.
Doesn't look like him though.
No, it says Pompey on the thingy.
Yeah, Pompey was a glory stealer. You thought we were talking about Titus?
No. The bust looks like Titus. Are you seeing the stream?
Let me see.
It does say his name there.
Yeah. It's Pompey.
It's a fake bust then. We should.
That is not Pompey. That's Titus.
Yeah, but it says
Titus, yeah.
Pompey. I know it looks like Titus, but it says Pompey.
Then it's wrong. Whoever made that, or that's a bust of Pompey I never saw before.
Yeah.
No,
But I'm pretty sure that looks pretty much like the other bust that Titus had.
Titus and Pompey, same person? Question mark.
I'm traveling
That's
Pompey.
another theory. That's 2 theories now.
It does look like Titus.
I got another one of.
I will say I'm in the boat of Pompey being an embellisher, but not necessarily a fraud.
Well,
No, he
I would
certainly
say
wasn't.
Pompey was a bit of a fraud.
Just had really good timing.
I would say that Pompey is just
Look.
not all he made himself to be.
Yeah.
Well, same
Yeah.
thing we said about
A
Caesar.
bit of a fraud. Yeah, and you can compare it to the
Is
later
he
battles
more
that he
of a
lost.
glory stealer than Caesar, though? Oh,
Yeah,
more of an
definitely.
embellisher than Caesar.
The glory that Caesar had, it was mostly deserved.
But Caesar probably embellished those stories about himself. So did Pompey.
Sure.
For sure.
But Pompey, we know a lot more that he did embellish stuff and stole glory. Far more than Caesar. We have far more indication of that. Because people outright accuse him of that.
Look,
Like an
look,
actual politician and stuff.
If Pompey had won the civil war, I'd say Caesar would be in his place right now, in this discussion.
Nah, he wouldn't be a glory stealer. He would just be a rebel against the Republic. Yeah, I take your take. Like a winners write history for sure, but I think that the slanders that would be against Caesar wouldn't be about glory stealing. It would be a whole other list of stuff. Right to the
I mean,
Republic.
he did clear the Mediterranean of pirates.
No, like Pompey did
Yeah.
a lot of stuff. Like his conquests are much more impressive than than the Gaul, whatever.
I fail to remember anything that Pompey did that I can attribute it to 100% his effort as a commander or politician that made me think, wow, this guy, clap, clap, clap. I'm trying to think. His conquest of the East, it was extremely valuable for the Republic. But
Yeah.
would you say it spoke to his genius in battle and as a politician? Maybe as a politician,
Yeah.
the way that he united the client kingdoms, but not
No.
as a general much.
Sure. Like there is
I'm trying to remember the exact things.
kind of like Sulla and Lucullus did win, more significant
Yeah, like
victories.
Lucullus did a lot more,
Yeah.
like a
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
tactics
No,
wise and leading armies.
You can say this, but like Lucullus was like about winning, cool tactical victories. Pompey executed like a strategic campaign over the whole East, and brought it into the Roman fold. That's I don't know, at least as impressive.
As I said, it was
say-
extremely valuable. But did it speak
Yeah.
to his genius as a general?
I'd say yeah, as a commander in chief of the theater. Of
Maybe he was a good delegator. Maybe he was kind of like
that's
Augustus. He knew who
that's
to
a
put in
good one.
charge.
That's
Yeah.
Sure.
I can vibe with that. All right,
Didn't he
next
take
one.
Jerusalem? Didn't he take Jerusalem in a pretty?
Yeah, and he gave it to a
it-
client kingdom. Yeah.
But it's not like an impressive military victory taking Jerusalem. Like he beat like the Jewish rebels.
Yeah, so
most of the time.
there was like a Jewish civil war going on. Like
Yeah.
he took advantage of the situation too. He was very lucky, that guy, for most of his life, not at the end. Right, so Trajan's wife named Hadrian his successor. Ooh, well. My God. Alright, so what do you think about that?
I definitely think it's a possibility. Because the document given to the Senate regarding regarding Trajan's successor was signed by her, not by the emperor, which is a rarity.
It's another realm of speculation, Like we're trying to fill in the blanks and try to believe what this one dude said and no other dude said. I think only one source claims that, like I forgot her name, Trajan's wife, named Hadrian's successor, but it's a very believable story, to be honest. Like yeah, she was friends with Hadrian and everything.
Okay. This is a kind of a circumstantial evidence to the
Circumstantial evidence,
theory.
you got that?
Yeah, to sort of the theory is more believable because we know that Hadrian and what's her name? It's not Pompeia Platina. Is it Pompeia Platina?
Plotina, yeah.
Yeah, Pompeia Platina. So she really liked Hadrian. I think she was the one who brought him to Rome.
Mm.
And for an extended period of time, I think it's for a couple of days there, she kind of had the reins of power.
I think it
And we
makes
don't
sense
have
because,
any. Go ahead. No. I kind of.
I believe it wasn't it thought that Trajan was like slightly unsure of Hadrian as well, and we know that Hadrian sort of had an opposite idea of what to do with Trajan's conquest after he died as well.
Yeah,
So maybe
that's.
Trajan wasn't completely sure.
Can anyone name drop the Trajan's preferred successor? Like there was a guy.
Oh yeah, there
who,
was one of his generals. I forgot him.
Yes.
He,
Yeah.
he had a favorite general that he wanted to pass the empire to.
Was it Lucius Quietus?
Was it Quietus?
I don't
No.
think. I think Quietus is too young at the time.
Believable speculation from me too. So far, nothing that was very outrageous. I kind of buy everything theorized so far. I don't think it's gonna stay like that for very long, though.
Sure.
Alright, so yeah, not that much to it.
What's the next one?
It's Camillus avenged the Gallic sack. We're on the same page about that exact event, right?
Yeah. People called for Camillus when Gauls besieged Rome, and after the gold was paid and the Gauls went away, Camillus' army actually ambushed the Gauls and took back the gold.
Yeah, I think most good historical sources, modern ones, say that that was probably propaganda. They didn't actually do that. They just stayed in Rome and started rebuilding from the rubble.
But Camillus does return after the sack.
But the question is if he actually beat the Gallic army after the sack and he took power.
And that was written
Yeah.
to soothe Romans' feelings after the fact.
Timing, yeah, a bit too convenient.
Now, there's one of my favorite theories that start to get into did she do it, did he not do it? Livia killed Augustus's heirs.
So the motive is there, to secure the throne exclusively for Tiberius. But is there, what reasoning do we have to think that she was directly responsible?
Well, we have a lot of indication that Livia was a very smart woman, and that she was kind of Machiavellian, like Augustus as well. There are accounts of how Augustus described Livia, that she was very much like him, as smart and as a politically savvy. So that ability to do that kind of stuff, at least in the motivation and rational sense, is there for Livia. And then there's the more sentimental reasons that she would do that for. Would she have poisoned the Augustus's heirs? How many heirs would it have been? It would have been that his nephew.
It's supposed to be Marcellus,
Marcellus?
Gaius, and Lucius. Yes, Marcellus, Gaius,
Gaius
and
and
Lucius.
Lucius, so it was just three, or was there another one?
Well, Drusus died also, but Drusus was Livia's son.
Drusus, it's at least
No,
four.
But
Drusus
Drusus is
the-
Livia's son who fell off a horse on the campaign. I don't think Livia has this type
Maybe
of
she
power.
liked one son over the other.
And I'm pretty sure one of the
Well,
sons
yeah,
died in a
Graves.
campaign.
Yeah, yes, that's Drusus. Yeah.
No,
So,
one of Augustus' heirs.
yeah, that's as well. But
Well,
She
Drusus was
she
never
could have-
appointed
No,
as
but,
the official heir, right?
on the campaign, I think Marcellus. Okay, so one of them fell ill on the campaign. Fell ill can be a good word for poisoning. Drusus fell off a horse. Sure, you can pay a servant, to rig the straps or something, rig the saddle, or I don't know,
Yeah,
kick
but
the horse in the butt. So.
That's Drusus, though. That's her son. That's not one of Augustus's heirs.
Yeah, Drusus was never named
That's-
an
that-
official heir, right? Only Marcellus, Gaius, and Lucius.
That's where I said. I say one of the heirs, either Gaius or Lucius, fell
Well,
ill on the campaign, so it could
Augustus was
can be
suspected
attributed
of-
to Livia.
Augustus was suspected of being Drusus's father, though, right? 'Cause didn't she
Was
First
he?
time I'm hearing that.
She married
No,
Artemius?
wait, no. Tiberius is the Tiberius the younger one?
Yeah,
Tiberius, I don't remember who was older and younger. Tiberius. or Drusus.
Drusus is the elder, born 38. Tiberius. Tiberius born
42.
42. So Drusus is the elder. It's kind of
No,
doesn't
it's the other way
make
around.
sense. Yes, 42. So Tiberius is the elder for 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, she favored
Okay.
she favored his other son. What can I say? So she killed her.
So it's 4. So yeah, she rigged the saddle to throw him off.
Right.
Yeah, kind of. The Graves book, so the I Claudius kind of implies that Livia did it.
I Claudius has a very
did
charitable
4 of
depiction
them.
of Livia, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm.
But in I Claudius, she also kills like Germanicus.
Yeah, she kills everyone.
Yeah,
She kills everybody, man.
that's another.
That's
That's
another-
another thing.
Yeah, that's another tier.
I think that's it. Like Marcellus, Gaius, Lucius, Drusus, Germanicus are the 5 victims. Agrippa.
Agrippa is
Yeah.
like a Gaius and Lucius were Agrippa's children and everything.
Anyone? Any
Yeah.
women?
No, my guess was never named.
No. I
woman
mean,
there.
but in terms of Livia going on to just call the Julian dynasty, I don't think Livia is accused of killing any of the women.
Maybe
Just-
maybe
I
she did.
can't think
kill-
it out of my head.
Anyway, thoughts on that theory? Like, it's kind of melodramatic. It's kind of very, very speculative, actually, I would say. But like, a lot of sources tend to go into that. Like, I think I can think of 2. I think both Suetonius and Tacitus accuse Livia of murdering the heirs. Definitely Suetonius, or maybe
I
I'm
don't remember
confusing
that.
with another one.
But shouldn't it be like it's either all of them or none of them? Like, what's the point of killing like one?
Maybe she felt guilty about the other ones. I mean, weren't Gaius and Lucius like?
Oh no,
kids?
you can if it's the latest, right? The first few died natural deaths, and Drusus isn't good enough. Should be Tiberius. Boom, rig the saddle. This definitely.
But I will say it's very suspicious the way that Gaius and Lucius died. Very suspicious. One of them died of an illness. Like that's not normal behavior for 14, 17-year-olds. Okay, we're done with the upper surface stuff. We can start delving into the cold
Yeah,
waters.
this is where I don't know if this is normie yet. If this is still normie level.
Pretty sure we've gone below normie level after we covered the fall of Rome. But,
What about
maybe
it?
much. I think we've gone below normie level after we covered the fall of Rome, the first year.
Alright.
You want to shift it to the left there?
I've
Gonna-
shifted to the
gonna
left.
Keep the order. Delay and everything. Okay, let's get it. Or wait, you want to go through some comments? See if anyone has anything to say before we start
No.
getting into the
There's-
bit of the stuff.
Someone is,
There's a lot of spam. I know that I've gotten a few super chats, but mostly it's just thanking for the content, and that's really about it.
There's,
So with
there's
2
one
tiers
guy-
down, and sorry, go ahead, please.
There's one guy who is mad about Dova's take on Belisarius in his videos.
Yeah, I saw a
didn't
couple
mention-
posts
Oh,
on
my
that.
videos.
That's
What?
kind
I'm
of
too
off-topic,
lenient.
though.
Wait,
No,
are you saying I'm
says you hate
biased?
him. Yeah, he says you hate Belisarius.
What the?
Dude, I hate Belisarius. I wake up every day seething about that guy. He's 100% right. If only he
Oh.
knew how much I hate that guy.
One guy is surprised for
Right.
my voice being so deep. Right.
We're on schedule though. I think we've covered 2 tiers, but those are the flimsiest.
Mm.
So it should be like 4 hours total, or
Yeah.
5 hours total. I think it's fine right now. Let's go.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah, we've
things
been
going
doing
right
this
now.
for about an hour.
Yeah, thereabouts. Actually,
Little bit-
50 minutes, in fact.
Yep.
Right. So Julia was indeed a super whore. That's the next one.
Nice theory.
And
This is the theory.
well, no,
What's the...
I object to this theory. Whores get paid. Oh fuck! I
Well,
rich.
you know, a woman once said this to me, but I didn't have any money, so I think I proved you wrong here. But why is like Julia is singularly singled out? What about Messalina?
Oh yeah,
Can we have a horror of
she engaged.
the early
A
Roman?
horror.
She
You want to compare
engaged.
Julia to Messalina? Let's go.
She
Yes, the
engaged
promiscuity.
She engaged in a competition against a prostitute to see which one of them could sleep with the most amount of men, and she won.
But was it by a long shot though?
Or was it a close call?
I mean, if you want to
Yeah.
compare the stories we're given, Messalina was a bigger whore than Julia, yeah.
I'd say
She
Messalina
literally had a
deserves
competition
for him.
against a prostitute and won.
Like but we don't know Julia's true potential because she's never been tested.
We don't know her power level.
She wasn't tested in a competitive environment like Messalina was. But I think just the people say, well, Muhammad Ali, he never fought.
We're comparing goats,
Type
right? We're
goats.
comparing Messi and Ronaldo. We're comparing Julia and Messalina, who was the real, true whore, like the greatest whore of all time.
What if at the peak of her power, Julia had a competition with
Super
Messalina?
Saiyan Julia,
And I mean, she's very well rested. She, on the perfect day.
Hydrated.
I think
win.
Julia on a good day could put up a good whore fight against Messalina, but Messalina was more gifted in the way that she could spread her legs,
Wasn't
And-
Messalina sleeping with people in the streets?
Am I the only one who
I'd say
noticed?
she's
A lot of stories like that.
Am I the only one who noticed?
Yeah, go ahead,
A
Sven.
real am I the only one who noticed a tone shift from one tier to the other?
I'd say it's the courtesy of the topic, but
Oh yeah, this is gonna get a lot worse.
sure. Wait. So Messalina excelled at marketing, I think. So because I don't know stories about Julia, do it publicly. She just slept around, standard behavior.
Yeah,
Just slept around, my dude.
that's
We gotta remember the standards for the time, right?
that scene in I Claudius is my absolute favorite. The one, is there anyone in Rome who has not slept with my daughter?
Tiberius.
And she ended up on an island, right?
The answer is Tiberius. Tiberius didn't want her.
Yeah, right. Cicero framed Cataline. That would be the
Caroline.
next one.
Yeah, he did. I got the proofs. Next.
No one else says anything.
I don't care.
All right. Well, no. If no one's willing to talk, then we will just move on to the next
No, like
one.
the Cicero framed
No.
Cataline. Why would he have done that? Like to get to be dictator for a little bit? Is that that idea?
Yeah, Cicero was Cicero executed the bunch of the conspirators there.
Maybe he
without
just really wanted to
senatorial approval.
kill and know what it felt to
Yeah.
kill,
Yeah.
So he made this whole convoluted plan to force a quasi-rebellion against the Republic and kill like a dozen dudes, a dozen conspirators, or however many people he killed.
Well,
Actually quite a bit of...
He was rich enough to afford, just to kill random people, buy some slaves, murder them. But maybe he wanted to kill Roman citizens because they didn't respect him. Cicero was like a provincial boy.
Okay, so to be fair here, like it's a meme theory. Cicero didn't frame Cataline. I'm trying to speculate why he would even go through the effort of doing something like that. He was already the damn consul, which was the biggest honor you could have in the government back then. So like no, he didn't frame Cataline, but I'm trying to have fun thinking if he did. Like, yeah, he was just a bloodthirsty guy that wanted to execute people, even though him executing the people in that conspiracy was the biggest black taint for him politically in the public opinion of his entire career. So, no, but yes.
Right. Augustus's ideal borders wouldn't have worked.
This is going to provoke a lot of people.
Yeah, the ones.
So once again, this was the borders along the Elbe River and the Danube, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the Elba and the Danube.
And what's the general argument for why it wouldn't? Well, define wouldn't have worked because it would have shortened the border, of course, and gives you a natural barrier against invaders. So what's the general argument there?
So Augustus, evil
Go
tyrant that
ahead.
he was, he wanted the most stable imperial borders as possible for the well-being of the empire, his legacy, and everything. And the Elba was the one that best connected, quote unquote, with the Danube. And he wanted to expand into that bit of Germany to secure the tribes there and make that border ideal and everything. And the argument for why it wouldn't have worked, let's see, like
I
if
think the
working-
general idea here is that you would have to, after you conquer Germany, there are still barbarians on the other side of the Elbe, so you need to pacify them. And what's the best way to pacify them? Well, we now have to conquer Poland. This type of deal. So it's ever expanding to defend the frontiers.
Would
But the thing
Elbe
is-
be harder to hold than the Rhine?
like if they had conquered the Rhine, the region over there, that had conquered the Elbe and stabilized over there, would they have stopped there? Wouldn't they have kept going and gone into Poland and everything, as you said, and like conquered the regions around Czechoslovakia and Czechia?
I mean, not necessarily. The bonus, of course, is that you do shorten the border by expanding that far. Definitely, there would have been some emperors and some military leaders who thought, "Oh, why don't we expand?" But you're probably going to have like a minor expansion and then a recession back to the Elbe. If you can hold that border, then by all means. But doesn't seem like something that they would. Doesn't seem like a slippery slope of like, oh, we conquered this, let's just keep going. That doesn't seem realistic.
But I'll say it looks pretty good on a map looking at Augustus' ideal borders.
They do.
The Danube was one and done, right? It wasn't gonna get more stable than the Danube. There's no other option. But you compare the Rhine to the Elbe, and the Elbe does look a bit better, but the Rhine also kind of works. The problem with the Rhine is that it leaves Italy with just the Alps protecting it, and we saw how that worked in the long term.
Look, I think like Britain. Why would you conquer Britain? Because this thing does not take into account, the need for glory to legitimize your rule. So you need to conquer somebody to show your subjects that you're, the man. So that's the reason, like Claudius went to Britain. Who cares about Britain?
A lot of people actually. Some of those people watching us right now.
No, silly. What I'm saying is that Britain does not make sense in the framework of finding the good borders for the empire.
So would the ideal borders have worked or not? And worked being defined as would they have stabilized the empire further and prevent some of the problems that the Rhine had? I think they would have been better, but would they have worked? I think I don't have an answer for that.
I agree that it would have been better, but for it to have worked, it's two things. It's one that you have the borders, and two that you pacify the Germans who are, on the western side of the border, which of course is going to help the empire, but that's a completely separate thing on its own.
But by the way, that was a big ask, right? Because the Germans, it didn't get less civilized than that back then. Like the Gauls, they actually had trade and a few cities and everything. The Germans were the bottom tier of the civilizational tech tree back then. They were just roaming around the forest doing satanic rituals, quasi-rich satanic rituals. And
yes.
Civilizing
and they
them
were
was
actually
another
Romans.
process. And by satanic, I mean pagan.
Alright.
Same thing.
Should we move on?
All right.
Yes.
Constantine wasn't a true Christian. I think if you're gonna be very technical about that statement, you gotta agree with it on a very base level. Certainly, Constantine at around the time of quote conversion, he didn't think of Christianity the same way you and I would.
Well, no one at the time thought of Christianity the same way you
And
and I would.
he wouldn't have thought of Christianity the same way that some dude 25 years later that's reasonably educated in Christianity would have thought about it. That fair to say?
No, that's I think that this statement is kind of objectionable, because I think the one argument people present for this, right? The true Christian, like what the hell does true Christian means? But one argument people present is that he was only baptized on the deathbed.
Yeah.
And like infant baptism wasn't a big thing back then. So Theodosius was also baptized like way into his reign, and no one before his baptism said that he wasn't Christian. Like he did all this stuff, like the religious persecutions and his deal with the Saint Ambrose, all of this before he was baptized. Still, everyone said that, well, he's Christian. Theodosius is a Christian emperor. So it was his whole shtick, marketing-wise. So I don't think that late baptism works as an argument for this.
I'll be honest, I think Constantine a lot of the time he was just winging it. Oh yeah, that's what Christianity is. Okay.
Most people do this, yeah.
Yeah.
I would definitely not say that Constantine was a doctrinal, really adherent Christian, and again, that's not even that much his fault, you know.
He was
wasn't
concerned
very
about
defined.
doctrine, though.
Like
Yeah, like it wasn't there this moment in his imperial rule that like he tried to calm down the nerves between sects of Christianity because they fought a
Yes.
lot against each other. Like there were examples of that, and he was like more pragmatic about it. So that hints into the direction that, quote, he wasn't a true Christian.
Well, he wasn't a bishop or anything. He wasn't a Christian theologian, but you know, he cared more than most people, basically.
He wanted peace in the church.
That's what counts.
Any other takes on it?
Well, there's also the take that he embraced Christianity in a very pragmatic manner.
I mean, yeah.
Simply that Christianity was a religion on the rise, and so he chose to become Christian, and yada yada yada.
Sure, okay, but like Constantine defined Christianity in more ways than Christianity defined Constantine. Like the stuff about conquering wasn't a thing before Constantine.
No, it really wasn't.
Like the whole Christian ideology, you know, doesn't sound, you know, go conquer, go spread my word with the with the military power. And Constantine made that a thing. So he did more to define Christianity than like most people, like since Saint Paul probably.
Definitely, yeah. No. You're comparing him to Saint Paul? The guys that didn't Paul write parts of the Bible?
Yeah, I mean his influence on the Christianity, as you know, the modern vision, not the modern vision, but at the time, right, was very big. That's it. He wasn't necessarily like a theologian. He didn't do, like, you know, he would come into debate. He would come into debates about like the nature of Christ, and he say, "Well, good job, guys. I don't understand any of it, but you know, go find an agreement for me, dudes."
Right.
That's kind of a big. That's you know, that's an effort.
But if people are asking if this will be uploaded as a VOD, yeah, it will be like 4 or 5 hours long. However long it takes to get down there into the real cold ice stuff.
Right. Lorem ipsum. I don't know what this is.
Neither do I.
You're the one who made the thing.
No, I
It's
didn't.
it's a filler whenever you're gonna put text somewhere.
Yes.
But why is
It's-
it on the iceberg list?
No, it's not a theory. Lorem ipsum is a theory.
It's
It's from Cicero. Cicero. It says like something
maybe it's a code for
dolorem
something,
ipsum.
Yeah, but
It's like
it sounds like a Latin, doesn't it? Lorem ipsum.
it is like it's from Cicero. It's supposed to be dolorem ipsum. Like the whole quote is, but it's used as a filler text for the like web development and whatever.
yeah, I know.
Oh, that's because you don't know the dark hidden secret behind that phrase.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Nero was a good emperor.
Define good.
Not just a good emperor, a great emperor.
I mean, for a while.
No, the great emperor. If we change it to great emperor, it should be way down.
What would you say about Nero's reign or his person that was good?
He was better than Caligula.
He was well
That's a very high
advised for
bar
a
there.
while. That's about it though.
Is that it?
Would
Is
you-
that
In the
Would you
beginning,
say-
economic.
Would you say that he was a quasi-competent delegator
Look, Nero had a vision for the city.
of a trapped
had a-
wife?
He had a lot of building projects in infrastructure that he wanted to build.
And cutting the genitals of dudes.
Yeah.
Well, I said we're listing good things, not great things.
It's interesting things, at least. I mean, maybe it's a good thing depending on your perspective. Maybe some people in the chat think that's good. That's why I said we gotta define what good is. For Nero to be a good emperor.
I mean, to dial it back, and you even talked about this in your video. A lot of the arguments and tales about Nero's reign were written by people who were inclined to be very biased against it.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely.
I think like
Bias
if
against a bad emperor.
if Nero was a modern country leader or something, we'd think he is a great guy. Because now he can like print money and build stuff, and that's what Nero wanted to do.
Here's the question, though. If you took a lot of historical figures and ask if they'd be brought to the modern day, I don't think very few of them would be popular. Is the whole situation there. Nero as a whole is sort of what we're looking at, not so much individual policies.
Okay, so LF Graves says Nero was a very mid emperor.
Okay.
I think he was below mid. A mid emperor would have made some of the choices that he made and behaved in the way that he did and done the things that he did. So no. Mid, no. They didn't deserve mid. Is mid being defined as a 6 out of 10 or a 5 out of 10?
I go 5.
I give 4.7 to Nero. All right.
Well, he did make neckbeard look popular. That's something.
Yeah.
It really caught on. Basil the First was gay. Gay. Now, that's a more loaded term than it might seem, and it is a loaded term.
Just because
being
you
Oh my
gay,
god! You do don't say.
for him to what do you mean by gay exactly? He did gay stuff, or he was just outright gay, or those are two different things actually, because you can be bisexual and that includes doing gay stuff, or you can just be straight up gay. Which one?
Is it gonna be the Ugandan interview?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Let's ask Basil.
We're not asking that. We're asking if he was.
Basil wasn't gay. Basil was just Sigma.
Yeah, I'd say.
Right.
I'd say
So
that's true.
the actual theory, the actual
He
reason
was
he would go about,
asexual.
the actual reason he would go about him being gay, was because he was it's like based on this one account, is because he was the dude that guarded the door to Michael III at night, and that's it.
And that he never got married.
Wait, it's Basil the First.
Yeah, Basil
It
the
should be
First.
the second.
Yeah,
It
not
should be Basil the Second. Yes.
Yes.
No, it was
Basil the
Basil the
First.
First.
Nah.
Well,
I mean,
people think Basil the
I see.
Second.
But there is like Basil the First was bisexual with Michael the Third, and I thought we were talking about Basil the Second.
Yeah, 'cause Basil
gay.
the
Hey, if you
Second
want to make
never
a fear about
married.
Basil II being gay, go ahead. I'm all ears.
No,
see.
it's much more substantiated one. I think it belongs about the same level. So
Wow,
he didn't.
why would you argue that he was gay? Because he didn't have
He,
children?
he never married. He didn't have children. He had a friend called Nicephorus Cepheus who died right after that battle with the Bulgars. And when Basil learned that he died, he got very angry, and he allegedly blinded a bunch of Bulgars. That's kind of it. He had a
So was
close
Basil
male
the
friend.
First gay or not?
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't particularly care either way, but yeah, it's the most speculative one so far, I would say. Basil the First gay because it's based on this one description of what his job was back then. And we don't really get gay vibes from him on any other description from there on. Firstly, because calling emperors gay in the history books is mostly safe to emperors that the historians that are writing the documents didn't like, ultra gay degenerate and stuff. Then Basil the First was very idolized, so we didn't get any accusations of that sort.
Yeah, it's kind of like the problem is this part of his reign doesn't really have any good histories where whether the author would even conceive writing something scandalous about the guy.
Because maybe that's because they were trying to hide the horrible truth.
Yeah, but the best explanation we have is that when he beat the rebel Vardas Phocas, Vardas Clerus, one of those, that
Also, lots of parties.
yeah, he told him that what to do to keep the empire stable, and Vardas said, "Well, keep the women away from the palace. Don't get caught into court intrigue, and this means don't get attached to women." So this may be the reason.
You kind of need to get attached to women if you want to be emperor, produce heirs and everything, right?
Or you don't have to get
Strategic marriages.
attached. Well, you don't have to give attached to it, but sure.
You want to instigate the adoption system again?
Oh no, I'm just making a point that emotional attachment isn't a requirement.
I suppose so. Some emperors weren't human, right?
Yeah, true.
Were they lizards?
You have no idea.
No, you get a
The
lot of
Great Fire-
loving your wife. It's cringe.
The Great Fire was a false flag.
Was it the best thing that Nero did?
I mean, maybe we need to define the specific kind of false flag we're talking about. What
We're
was
talking
the false
about
flag?
Christian. We're
A
talking
false flag
about
for what?
for the Great Fire of Reichstag.
Right, so Nero used the Great Fire as a false flag to blame the Christians and start persecuting them. That idea.
Yeah, it sounds way lower than here.
No,
Yeah,
because
it
it's actually a very popular take, right? Because Christians say that all the time on the sources.
Well, it's more in the
That-
sense that
Oh yeah,
it's more in the sense that Nero wanted to build a pimpin' new palace, so he burned Rome to the ground, rebuilt it anew,
Yeah.
and then when people started suspecting him, he needed a scapegoat, and so he blamed the Christians.
Yeah, I don't buy it
yeah,
because
sure.
when people they need to blame a bad guy, a bad ruler, they would just come up with so many conspiracy theories to try to justify this or that. And Nero was such a mastermind that he conjured in his head this plan to destroy half of Rome in blazing fires so that he could scapegoat this group of weirdos that call themselves Christians, and he could just go through the whole trouble of persecuting them. I don't know. I think here's what happened. There was a great fire of Rome. The cause was random. Some dude threw proto cigarettes somewhere and started spreading the fire.
Proto-cigarettes.
And
Vape, probably proto vape.
yeah. And he just spread a fire and eventually calmed down. And people were angry. And when people are angry at a natural catastrophe, they tend to blame the guy in charge, the government in charge. we're not dealing with it that adequately. So what Nero did, he just no. It was the blame of those dudes over there. The reflexive blaming of the Christians wasn't because he hated Christians specifically. I mean, maybe he did a little bit, but it was because to shift blame away from him. That's what I buy.
Like, I think having it as a false flag, specifically, right from the get-go, it was the premeditated thing to blame on Christians. It doesn't have Nero vibes. Burning stuff to make space and then, having to blame it on someone kind of has Nero vibes.
I get
So it's-
man-child vibes from Nero. I don't get like a mastermind stuff.
But it's not a mastermind thing. It's just, you burn stuff and then you blame it on another person. That's it. There's
No,
no
but
much
that's what I said.
mastermind.
He reflexively blamed the dudes. So it wasn't like a big plan or anything. He just happened on the heat of the moment.
Sure, but like the question is whether or not he burned stuff. He had a hand in it.
Anyway, was it a false flag? Or maybe someone else has a new theory about what the false flag is?
Well, he did want to build a pimpant palace. Like it's not
guess.
it's not out of the believable range. Let's say, but it's kind
Anyone
of a
else
coin
has a take on this?
toss.
You don't have anything to share, Monsieur? Did we lose Monsieur?
I don't. He seems to be busy commenting.
Ah, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So I don't think any other takes on this. I said my share and Alexis did. Unless Pax has something to say.
I think it was most likely that the fire was an accident, and then Nero used that accident to do what he wanted, and then after he started getting blamed for it, he just pushed the blame off on someone else. I think it's the most likely explanation.
Yeah, so more in my camp than not.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one of my favorite ones. Of the upper tier list. Sola did nothing wrong.
Oh boy.
Oh, we lost.
He was better.
Can you guys
You
hear
there?
me? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you're micro.
All right. Yeah, my mic wasn't
it's-
working.
It's fine. Oh, we're talking about Sola doing nothing wrong. You in that? You in that camp?
Sulla had to do what he had to do. The Republic was falling apart. It needed stability. So I'm going to say sure.
So you're a Sola shield like me.
Yes, we're both in the Sulla shill camp.
Anyone else? Is someone here on the Marius shield camp?
Well, they didn't pay me, so I'm not a shill, but I do think Solo did nothing wrong.
A lot of shields out there not getting paid.
That's a big problem. I think they should.
I would say
Creating
that
union.
Sulla did a lot of things wrong, but he had little choice.
Look, if you don't have a choice, that's not wrong.
Sola genuinely wanted what was best for the Republic. He did go through the effort of rewriting the whole system, and
No, like
And
Sorry, go ahead.
and on top of that, Sulla stepped down when he thought things had been corrected,
Yeah.
and then they fell apart again, and he had to take charge once again. It's like
The Senate named him dictator.
What had to happen had to happen.
no, what's the wrong part, right? Marching on Rome, entering it with an army. What else?
Prescriptions.
Prescriptions. Mm-hmm.
He killed like 9,000. I think that's the number.
Obscure Kidney says Sulla is cringe, brutal man, very brutal man. I mean, yes, Obscure Kidney. Most people we're talking about here were very brutal men. Such was the nature of ancient times. I mean, Sulla did kill hundreds of thousands of people. Like, oh yeah, wasn't there a massacre? It wasn't Sulla that did it, but it was like Romans were colonizing Asia Minor because they had just
Yeah,
annexed it, and like a Greek dude came in with his armies and just massacred the local population, and then 100,000 people were killed or something like that. There's a name for that massacre,
Castrated.
and then Sulla just
It's
came
called-
in, and yeah, and started
it's called-
to clean the place of him.
He
Asiatic
also-
Vespers. It was like it's not even
Oh,
the
yeah.
it's not even the like just with an army. It was the like a premeditated plan to seize every Latin basically in the east, in Greece and Anatolia, and to murder them or castrate them. Kind of evil, but Sulla had nothing to do with it. Yeah, he wanted to avenge it directly. Go ahead,
He
sorry.
also made the tribune of the plebs basically a powerless office, right? He removed their ability to veto. And then,
I think he removed the ability to propose
they could still veto.
legislation. I don't think.
Because
I think
Mark Anthony was later
laws, yeah.
the tribune of the plebs, and he
no,
had
no,
the
no,
veto power.
but sure. Yeah, but yeah,
Any problems there, Monsieur?
he may have removed the.
he did spare Caesar, though. That was good.
I think he did remove the power of veto, but it got
So
reinstated.
did Sulla did nothing wrong? He did nothing wrong?
Votes?
I
Be
vote for nothing
sure.
wrong.
Sulla did nothing wrong. It kind of depends on how you define wrong, but yeah, he did nothing wrong. Everything that he did was questionable. You could justify it in some way or the other. There's tools in the historical archives to do that. At least that. You can say at least as much.
Yeah. So prescriptions are kind of like the.
Hey, proscription was a pretty big wrong.
It's it's the Machiavellian thing to kill them at the beginning of your reign, so later they forget.
No, I'll say this. Sulla, I would blame more Marius for this, but Sulla was very pivotal in the downfall of the Republic. Unfortunately, I don't think he meant to be that.
I'm fairly certain he never meant to contribute towards the downfall of the Republic. In his eyes, he was attempting to save it.
So, but his contribution was the fact that he existed. That he took power in the fashion, well, in which he did. So marching on Rome, you can come up with all of the constitutional amendments or whatever. If the guy sees that you seize the power with force, he's thinking, why can't I do the same? So that's like his contribution to the downfall of the Republic. Not necessarily.
By the way, if you're talking, Monsieur, we can't listen to you still.
Do you think that Sulla really created the blueprint for Pompey and then Caesar after him?
Check your Discord settings, my dude. Sometimes it gets fuzzy. All right. Honorius abandoning. Oh, I think I can hear you.
Ah, awesome, sweet.
Great. It's really annoying, isn't it? Like sometimes it's like that. Right. Honorius abandoning Britannia made a lot of sense.
Well, he was listening to the voice of Romulus through the sacred chicken that we'll talk about later in the iceberg.
Not yet.
Yeah, I think it made a lot of sense. I mean,
this opens the whole debate. That's actually an interesting debate about how much Britannia contributed or harmed the geostrategic situation of the empire in the long term. Does anyone have a strong opinion on that?
Britain was a mistake.
I don't think Britannia was worth the effort.
Longs were a mistake.
I think that's
LF Graves once again says. LF Graves once again says, if you ever played Total War Rome Barbarian Invasion, you know that abandoning Britain is a good idea.
True.
I mean, what province would you prioritize conquering before Britannia?
Probably.
Are you conquering or preserving?
Conquering.
You mean like
Germania? I would say Germania.
Germania is defined up until the Elba, or more than that?
I'll say up to the Elba. Yeah.
I buy that. I mean, that was the original plan.
I'd say like something in the east.
But other than Germania, other than Germania, what region would you really prioritize other than Britannia? Assume you're like a Claudius. You're Claudius right now. And like you're trying to choose what province to
Well, the thing
invade.
is that
And
there's
historically, he
more.
invaded Britannia.
There's
What was left for
more.
Claudius to invade at that point?
There's more to Britannia than just that because if I'm not mistaken, it took 3 legions to fully control it,
Yep.
and that's a lot of people, and it makes very tempting for a general to rise up in rebellion, as it happened quite a lot of times. And for such a region like Britannia, I don't think.
Here's
it's
one
worth-
here's one argument for Britannia not being worth the effort. When people did revolt in Britannia, it caused a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lots of examples. And like it caused like a prolonged civil war. Like I have like a 5 in my head I could cite. Like the Gallic Empire and like the revolt during Constantius I's and Maxentius's period. There was a
Ferocious.
whole
Oh,
problem
Carausius.
and like
Carausius.
multiple usurpers. Yeah.
Its removal
And-
from continental Europe makes a good outpost for anybody who'd want to be sort of like a rival to the throne or just try to establish their own empire themselves.
Also, Claudius
Like, I think
Albinus.
I think we're getting away from the point of like Honorius, right? And the circumstance should be what.
Yeah, like at
we
the
don't make
moment that
attempt to
Honorius
Honorius.
abandoned Britannia, what didn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. So the moment that he did is, I think it's the exact timing. It was the revolt of Constantine III.
Yes, I believe that's the case.
It's
Yeah.
like 2 years after this. I think the revolt was put down, and then the edict. Well, you guys are on your own.
Yeah, we're putting aside the whole thing that Honorius was a horrendous emperor. We're not discussing that.
Yeah.
We're
But,
just talking about the decision. So
I think like the edicts. It may even be that it was issued when Constantius III had the power.
when Constantius III was emperor?
Yes.
No, it was Honorius that abandoned Britannia, pretty sure.
No,
Yeah,
but
early.
he was a co-emperor with Constantius for like
It was
half a year.
before or after he recognized the guy. Yeah, I don't remember.
No. Yeah, sorry. So he was. Oh yeah. He was Magister Militum, like up until 412, probably. Oh no, not 412. No, yes, 420. So was it before the sack or was it after the sack? Do people know timing on this?
I think it was a bit before the sack, or it was around the time of the sack. It was like it was 405, 47, 407, 405, something.
They abandoned it in 410, I believe, right?
So it was like pretty much in the year of the sack.
So the year 410 also saw Honorius apply to British police. So it's the same year. No, it was before Constantius. It was a little bit before the sack, and it was before Constantius the third, like, was a guy in charge.
No, it was just before this. I think, like in
It's
practice,
the same year. It's the same year.
Yeah, but though in practice they had lost control of Britannia.
Yeah, you
earlier.
can say that. Yeah.
Oh, it's the Constantine. So the revolt of Constantine III should be later then.
Okay, I'll actually defend Honorius here. Sometimes god awful people make the one good decision, and I'll say that was Honorius's one good decision. Was it a good thing that Britannia was
Oh, yeah,
abandoned? On the overall picture, no, but on the quick tactical sense that dude didn't even control Gaul, then yeah, I would say so.
So the timeline here is that Constantine III revolts. 407, Honorius sends the letter in 410. The same year, Rome is sacked. The revolt is put down in 411 by Constantius III. Well, not yet Constantius III. So I know it sounds like a pragmatic decision, basically.
But you're right there, Monsieur.
Yeah, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just sounds
That
like
your
sounds like
internet
you're
is
having
killing
a-
you.
Yeah.
It's not even my internet. It's something to do with my microphone because I was talking before, and then I saw that your icons were lighting up, but I wasn't hearing anything. So I thought, okay, I gotta close this down, try to open it up. But fortunately, it does. Not fortunately, hopefully, it doesn't happen again.
It's one of the costs of having 5 dudes doing this kind of thing. Like someone will have some problem. But anyway, hope you can fix that. I think we'll be alright.
We should
Right.
kind of pick up the speed because I think in the last 45 minutes we haven't covered a.
All right, we can
Tier.
start speeding up. We can start speeding up
Most
and
emperors,
focus on the ones that matter.
most emperors killed by Praetorians deserved it. Last one of this. Tier.
Love this one. It's kind of true, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, let's run through some of the emperors. We have Caligula, Nero.
Deserved.
Well,
Yeah,
Nero was
Nero?
technically committed suicide.
Yeah,
Technically,
but the Praetorians did revolt against him.
We had most of the
Pertinax.
guys in the year of the five.
It should be like 13 guys.
Yeah.
Some of them are child emperors, and
I think I can count
listen.
on I can count on both my hands the ones that didn't deserve it, and then the multitude of others that they get killed either deserved or I'm pathetic to. Like Pertinax didn't deserve it. Gallienus didn't deserve it. Aurelian didn't deserve it.
Gallienus wasn't killed by the.
There's a category.
Praetorian.
There's a category on Wikipedia.
On the Wikipedia, it should be like 13 guys.
Yeah, Aurelian, Balbinus, Caligula, Caracalla, Commodus, Elagabalus, Galba, Gordian III, maybe, Numerian, Pertinax, Philip II, Probus, and Pupienus.
So it's 50-50 basically, like depending on
Yeah, it's kind of 50-50.
like and Pupienus and Balbinus I give a you know they like 2 for the price of 1.
Right.
Why don't we do
I
like a
hate it.
tier list here? Like emperors who did deserve it, emperors who didn't deserve it. Didn't deserve it, you know.
I'll go with a 50-50 actually. Like there's a 50% chance if the Praetorians killed the Emperor, it was actually a good thing.
So it's basically coin flip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
Right,
says a lot about the Emperors that
Should
they get to
we,
be
should,
Emperors.
should we move down to the next tier?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So up next is the I call it the Caracalla tier because it's Caracalla pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the first one, Caesar never wanted to be king.
It's an outrageous thing to say.
He was going like a Jon Snow.
That's why he turned the
I
crowd
don't
down.
want it.
I don't want it.
Like you have to be a tremendous Caesar simp to actually believe this, and it's fine if you want to be a Caesar simp. You know, like I'm not gonna get away with your fetishes, but Caesar very much wanted to be king or something very close to it.
But
yeah.
like was he considering proclaiming himself an official monarch?
Maybe. His
He
behavior
wasn't?
was kind of leading to that way.
He wasn't
He had a
even
throne, my dude, and had all
dictator.
these schemes about
His-
crowning himself.
This
like-
actually
like a small
ties
chair,
in a
but-
little bit to his attempted conquest of Persia, or what was supposed to be his attempted conquest of Persia. Some type of prophecy that the king of Rome would conquer the East, or something to that extent.
So it sounds like something Caesar invented as a public opinion poll.
Yeah.
How would people react?
And he was a very vain guy, very ambitious guy, very, very ambitious guy. So I completely buy that he wanted to be king, maybe emperor, and he kind of paved the way for that to be the case, right? Augustus succeeded him and became emperor.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna say that Sulla started really dealing the death blows to the Republic, Caesar was the one that quasi-finished it because Augustus really was the one that finished off the Republic. But Caesar did a lot of stuff that weakened the Republic.
And my voice cut out during that part, but what I wanted to say about that in particular, he did sort of set a precedent for the use of military power to just undermine the Republican institutions of the Republic. So So, Sulla definitely started, and yeah, Caesar did finish it off.
And he was a very vain guy, very ambitious guy. So I completely buy that he wanted to be emperor.
Yeah,
And if you're gonna say that Sulla started really dealing the death blows to the Republic, Caesar was the one that quasi-finished it because Augustus really was the one that finished off the Republic. But Caesar did a lot of stuff that weakened the Republic.
My voice cut out during that part, but what I wanted to say about that in particular, he did sort of set a precedent for the use of military power to just undermine the
Yeah.
As I said, the theory is outrageous. It's not completely unfounded, but it is outrageous. Caesar's behavior very much pointed to the direction of him wanting to be king.
Yeah.
Does anyone else feel differently?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I think we're on the same boat here.
Right, so let's move on. Procopius' secret history is true.
So, Procopius' Secret History is this book that was found in recent-ish history. That was detailing. Procopius was one of the main dudes in the government of Justinian I. And the book is all about saying how much of a devil Justinian I and his main dudes in the government was. Belisarius, Theodora, and everyone. It just completely destroys. It's a complete character assassination, that book. Yeah, like Procopius was really either laying out the truth that no one else was brave enough to put in actual documents, or the dude was extremely butthurt. It's just one of those two. In which camp do you fall?
Yeah, Justinian. No, go ahead, Alexis.
I'm in the camp that that's a joke. You know, Procopius wrote it as a prank.
He did write that Justinian killed.
He wrote it all as a prank.
I
Yes.
believe.
Specs, sorry. Go ahead.
No, no. Yeah, Procopius was right. Justinian is a literal demon. What did he write about Theodora? That she was like a harlot or something?
Well,
Yeah,
because
it
she
was
was. That's the true part.
That they were all greedy.
Which, by the way, it's one of the things that makes me not think that it was true, because it's true that well, what's true is that like Theodora did come from a whore past. She was a prostitute, but whenever you hear on the sources like them saying that X was a ultra whore and she did this and that was contributing to her whorish behavior, it's like you just see so much of that. You gotta speculate or assume that some of it is false. A lot of it is just rely on tropes like Julia was a whore and Messalina was a whore and all these other women that other historians wrote about was a whore. So this one was a whore too. That's what I'll say.
I think you're wrong. Like him writing about Theodora is not about like her being promiscuous in the usual sense, right?
It's not that.
She never writes about like that she cheats on Justinian.
No way. He called
yeah.
Belisarius' wife a whore.
Yes, and
Yes,
we kind of
yes.
have we have a lot of
that's the one he called a whore. Yeah, I was really
supporting evidence.
misremembering.
No. So Theodora, he writes in detail, say, about Theodora's career as a prostitute before she was married to Justinian, but he never mentions anything that like she was unfaithful to Justinian, which is kind of, you know.
You're a whore. She's a whore. Everyone's a whore.
I believe he did write that they could both remove their heads if they wanted to, which scary.
All right, so was the secret history true?
No, of course not.
No.
I don't know. There might be a possibility. I'm kidding. No.
Yeah. The Pope was a rebellious patriarch seeking clout. Any Catholics watching, we're looking at you.
Right.
Yeah, we're striking at the heart of the Pope's legitimacy here. Does anyone have a strong opinion?
Well, I think the person who wrote it should have a strong opinion.
Yeah, that was Spectrum, right?
No, that was you.
Okay, so when you look at the series of events that led to the rise of of the Catholic faith as a distinct order from Orthodox Christianity, it's very hard not to come out of it with the impression that the Pope did break rules and norms and sought clout in some situations and kind of made his own thing as he went along. When I say the Pope, I mean various popes through history.
I thought it's like a singular person through 2,000 years.
Yeah, it's a single. Every pope is the same time traveling pope. No.
Oh my God.
I think you can make a strong argument. Actually, I actually kind of buy if you're gonna make a legal argument for that theory. I can buy it. If we're gonna talk more theologically, whether the Pope was right theologically, that's another matter. We can also critique that. But in a legal framework, I think you can very much say that some popes did break rules and they did stuff they shouldn't have or didn't have the legal power to, and they sought clout. I think that's fair to say.
Right.
Kind of. The distinction here is are the patriarchs of the Pentarchy equal, or is Pope a special guy? Is
Let's
Rome
remember the main argument
Rome
for the
was-
Pope claiming that he was different from the other patriarchs, right? It was just
Yeah.
because he was in Rome.
And it's phrased in those kind of more equal than the rest terms.
I'm more equal than you.
More equal, yeah, this time.
What is this?
Yeah, he was
Animal
first,
farm?
first among equals, yeah. It was the same logic Augustus used back when he was trying to pretend the Republic was still alive. The first among equals, same vibe.
I think I should
And-
tie to the next one. I was right to, because like the biggest seeking cloud here is that is the theory sort of that to the right about Charlemagne.
Yeah, we can hop right to that one. The Pope was right to crown Charlemagne, so that ties into the behavior of the Pope, as you said. And
Like did he have an authority to do this?
the Pope
He had
definitely
choice.
did not have the legal authority to crown Charlemagne. Now it's a different kind of thing to ask if he was right either way to still do that. For example, the empress at the time, emperor, she called himself an emperor, was Irene, and she was an usurper. She was an usurper, and she was a woman, which was unprecedented back then, to be the official reigning emperor. And there was a theological issue to have a woman back then to be the head of the empire because the position was also the head of the Orthodox Church, Caesaro-Papism, right? The emperor came before the patriarchs, and yeah, you can make a argument for the Pope being quote right to crown Charlemagne because the current reigning monarch was a woman and a usurper. But I think the Pope just did it because it was a woman. There were many usurpers back then.
Well, there's one aspect to look at it is you say it wasn't a legal move, but you know the authority of an emperor is both a religious position and a legal or political position. So I'd say there was probably a little bit of a schism in that sense, not like a religious schism, but a schism in that politically Irene held authority, but the Pope refused to acknowledge it because of course, the usurpation and her being a woman, and just crowned whoever he thought would be a better contender in the West. I'm of the
And-
persuasion that
and-
he was right to do so, but to what degree you would say it's right is up for debate.
But yeah, Charlemagne was considered the perfect candidate due to a plethora of reasons. I actually made a video a while ago touching on this on the subject, because Charlemagne had he and his father Pepin the Short helped the papacy against the Lombards. Charlemagne forged a large empire. He was a Christian, and well, he was a guy too, so the perfect guy, essentially.
Did the Pope really have much of a choice, though?
Oh yeah,
It was very
not strong.
much his fault. Yeah, his venture to crown Charlemagne. He was very active in seeking that.
Yeah. Because Charlemagne acted like it was a surprise when he was crowned, right?
Yeah, and
He
maybe
didn't play-
there's a whole discussion about that. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But the fact that the Pope was instrumental to the order of events that led to his crowning is very much fact. I mean, he
Is he,
fled to the guy. He fled to like Gaul with stuff and asked his help.
Yeah. The legality of the move actually ties into another one of the takes on the iceberg.
We can tie that later because now we have to cover the Rome fell because of homosexuality.
I
Those
think
damn
do we
gays.
do we
Always
summon Richard Nixon?
Gays, homos.
Those damn gays always causing the fall of the empire.
Is it possible to cover this without remarking once again that like multiple historians throughout history, Roman, Byzantine, they every time they wanted to just lay down an emperor, they called him gay. I am homosexual. Did this and that. It was gay. And like
It's
when
the
we
best
you,
insult.
Who did
Yes, we have to talk about famed Roman historian Richard Nixon and his take on his
Actually,
take
I
on
have,
why Rome fell.
I have Nixon's quote right here.
Oh my God.
He said, "You ever see what happened to the Greeks? Homosexuality destroyed them. Aristotle was a homo, we know that. So was Socrates. Did you know that what happened to the Romans? The last 6 Roman emperors were fags."
Nixon said that to his wife every night before bed.
Oh man.
Right, so Rome fell because of homosexuality. How would you even begin to structure a theory like that? Let me try.
Well, I think
So-
Nixon's point was because if you're gay, you're soft, you're feminine. The Romans
Oh,
became
that's your
feminine over
hatred.
time. Yeah.
It's weak men,
I
No,
don't
that's
know,
just
man.
Sola,
strong
actually.
side.
Create tough times.
Tough times, yes. But you know,
Sometimes make gay men.
who are the 6 though?
Well,
Like Basil the second.
Romulus, Augustulus.
I think he
Damn,
meant,
Romulus Augustus,
I think he
an
meant the
11-year-old.
West. I think he meant the West.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I know.
There was a theory that he meant the 5 good emperors because everything bad happened after them, or that's like
What
a
the hell?
normie view or whatever.
Hadrian was gay.
Yeah.
Right. But were
So,
the rest of them?
Well, there were a lot of gay emperors that
Yeah,
really
I know.
break Nixon's theory, to be honest. Okay, so their Rome fell because of the gays. Like, I think I'm reminded of Cato the Elder's take on Greek culture. He really didn't like Greek culture, like being more and more influential in Roman society, and part of that was homosexuality. Like, homosexual behavior wasn't that big in Rome before they really started absorbing Greek culture, which it was big there. And like, I mean, you would if homosexuality caused the Roman Empire, I would say it took a long time for that to really drop. You know,
Also,
like from
wasn't
the
homosexuality
earliest republic.
wasn't homosexuality
we-
banned in the late Empire? Or was it just
Yeah,
gay
because
marriage?
of Christianity. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
there was no gay marriage, even in the time. No, there was just homosexuality. Like Hadrian never married Antigonus and stuff like that.
So I thought it fell because of the woke moralists of the cancel culture.
True. Real.
I bet there's a lot of Christian historians that say that Rome fell because of homosexuality. They definitely say that a lot of
No.
emperors fell because of that.
No, it's like a modern thing. Like they do. There aren't a lot of them, basically.
They're not barbarians. They're civilization compromised peoples. Is that the woke moralist?
So they Rome fell because of homosexuality, yes or no?
No.
Yes, but it took a very long time and it was a very minimal effect. How about that?
No. Just no.
Of the homosexuality of Romulus.
Yeah,
Why didn't Romulus have an
every
heir?
Roman was gay.
Why didn't Romulus have an heir, huh?
Mm.
Think about it.
He was literally.
Constantine was cucked by his son.
Maybe he could.
Oh,
Constantine-
yes. Yeah, yes.
Constantine was cucked by his son.
Yeah, fake. Slander.
I buy it.
Not
Well,
real.
I think the audience should hear the background of this situation.
Yeah, because.
Alright, so the background is basically Constantine, big emperor, did lots of stuff, and like he had his original wife. He had a son named Crispus, and Crispus was a good general and the heir apparent. But Constantine remarried, and his new wife. It's speculated that one day Crispus just straight up banged her. You know, she seduced
No, here's
him,
the thing.
and they banged.
What actually
It was
happened? What actually happened is Constantine executed both his wife and his heir around the same time, and it's been speculated because he had both their memories be damned that they were. That's one of the speculations that the two banged.
I mean, you gotta come up with a reason for Constantine killing his son, because he did do that, killed his wife and son.
Yeah, he did.
And there's
So-
no other basis. There's no other reason for why he
The-
did.
Well, there could be that
And,
the
well,
two.
they conspired to overthrow him, something like
Maybe,
that.
maybe he got maybe he got Commodus vibes from his son.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Christmas did not give any Commodus vibes at all. He was actually a very competent guy. But I don't know, maybe one day Christmas woke up and he felt like, I want to LARP as a gladiator and like to hell with everything else.
And Constantine decided, I'm gonna do what Marcus Aurelius failed to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the needful. And by the way, I want to kill my wife too. Why did he kill his wife?
Just because. Just
No,
because.
so-
Gotta
I think
finish
that
what he started.
the story there is that Fausta said that Crispus raped her or something. So Constantine executed Crispus, but then he found out that she was lying and executed her.
You were the one making a fuss about the R word, and then you are the one who had to come out and say it.
Which word?
The one you just said.
I didn't call anyone. Oh,
R.
okay.
No,
it's,
R.
it's not a. It's not a. Okay. That's not the issue here. So.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't like it.
Ravioli. Ravioli is the
wait.
R.
Ravioli is the one.
At the worst, we just mute the slurs. You can do that on YouTube. Many tools. Iconoclasm was bussin'. No cap.
Bussin'.
For real, for real.
So the real theory here is that iconoclasm was correct, but then later we changed it to iconoclasm was based, and then bussin'.
It's
So
a
wh-
famous historical theory, hypothesis.
Yeah,
supported by many historians.
it's over there in the documents, the original historians. It was bussin', man. No cap.
It's postulated
Any-
by theologians.
Any iconoclasts here? Is anyone here an iconoclast?
Nah, cringe.
No, that's cringe.
No.
Okay,
all
I'll be
agree
the
that
one to
iconoclasm-
defend it.
We all agree that iconoclasm is not bussin'.
True.
But was it based?
Mm.
It was cringe.
Okay, here's why it was based. Iconoclasm, for those who don't know, it was the take on Christianity that it was either the second or the third amendment. It said, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image." And iconoclasm is the take that graven image means any graven image. So you can't have paintings of Jesus. You can't have like a carved statues of the Virgin Mary. You can't have any depictions of God this way or the other. And
Of a
so
horse.
yeah. So any icons, those
Of
are
a hen.
icons, graven images. Like they wanted to get rid of those and destroy them to be
It's a
pure,
Mhm.
to be correct. And like
Yes,
there
it
was
is.
also there was a situational thingy about this because the empire was suffering a lot, and they wanted to understand why God would allow this. And some people went the iconoclastic route. We're actually not taking the Bible seriously, so they went the blaming the icons and stuff. And yeah, you can actually make a biblical argument for iconoclasm. So I actually understand why people went down that path. So I can see people defending this theory. Iconoclasm was bussin'.
All right, in that case, I agree. I can see the argument. I just disagree with it.
Why so? You have any takes on this? Why are you an
Good take.
iconophile?
I mean, from the perspective of Rome, the idea of just producing of works, the producing of these images, it's integral to Roman history. It's something that Western civilizations do. It produces a tangible model to, as far as like, if we want to talk about the Roman pantheon, not necessarily in terms of Christianity, gave you figures to look up to. Like, okay, this is like an exemplary figure of strength or intelligence or whatever it might be, and it gives you that to look up to. Of course, that can be warped. It can be corrupted. It can be, okay, here's something perverse to look at, or here is a corruption of this figure that's supposed to be looked up to. So again, I can understand why iconoclasm exists, why people practice it, but I think having the ability to produce icons that people don't worship, but remind them of figures, give them something to appreciate or admire, that is valuable for society.
Yeah, I remember back when I first learned about iconoclasm, I actually bought into it because it was making a very textual argument, a very straight up, straight argument. And the main argument for being an iconophile, like all modern Christian denominations, almost all Christian denominations are these days, is that icons are so beautiful, you know? That's the main argument.
Yeah, based,
really are.
based. Facts. Why would a god disallow them?
Well,
God.
why would God disallow them? Consider Islam, for example, where because you can't have depictions of Muhammad, you sort of can't really make a mockery of Muhammad, Uh, think about the West, where it's like there's TV shows with gay Jesus. It's like that's making a mockery through an icon. But if something is an idea, it's a lot harder to corrupt that idea. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but literal interpretation of the second commandment, not the amendment, mind you, is that you can't
Second Amendment.
you can't make images of anything basically.
P.112
You
says,
can
I want to fist fight Dovahedi. I mean,
you can't
want
draw
to
like
do
a
it.
horse or a
I don't
tree
think
or
it will go that
anything
well.
of anything on the earth beneath. So it's or anything in the water under the earth. So you can't draw a fish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
I don't
when
see how
it
you
gets
how
to
you
that
go with
extreme,
it.
it definitely does become difficult at that point.
So I want to draw a fish, thus I reject the iconoclasm.
I want to draw a fish.
That's
I can
because
get
you're an
behind that as
Orthodox
well.
Right.
Look, if God wants to punish me for drawing a fish, well, I suppose it is what it is. But
Honestly, the Bible says more outrageous stuff than that.
Oh, how tall are you?
How tall?
Yeah,
183 centimeters. It's 6 feet tall.
gotcha. All right, hey, if you're not gonna fist fight P.1123, I'll fist fight you.
Okay. Yeah, you
We
think you
gotta
can
do
do
it.
it? All right.
It'd be
Meet me
cool.
here in the heart of the Amazon jungle. We'll do it.
There's gonna be like an ancient Amazonian stage or like tournament ground somewhere.
No, we'll do it in the local swamp.
Local swamp. All right.
All right,
Mr. Z beat Hattie 2023.
right. Let's move on quickly. The mission
with people.
did terrorize the senators.
Based.
oh shit.
Good for him.
This is doubling down. This is after someone
Yeah,
says
it's looking at all the accusations the senators made and saying yes, and it was good.
like someone saying
I like the part where
what?
go sorry.
And someone saying no, well, the mission probably didn't terrify the senators. That no, he did.
Sure, I like the part where he invites the senators to a dinner, and every seat is a gravestone with the senator's name on it.
No, he was
That's based.
just practicing the memento mori.
Yeah,
It's a ritual.
like does is it in this theory? Does it count as adhering to this theory? If I believe it happened.
No. If you believe it happened, then it wasn't just a simple memento mori ritual. It was really a threat.
But can it be both?
It could be both.
It's a prank. It's a prank.
Honestly, if I had to guess, it's probably both.
The mission could have been twice the tyrant against the Senate than he is theorized to have been, and I would still like him. Because he's like me. He's literally me.
The mission killed,
Literally me.
The mission killed less people than Claudius did.
Yeah, like he wasn't even that bad. So the mission is in my book of favorite emperors. Not exactly because he was one of the all-time greats, but because that's how I would have ruled. Yeah.
Would you also give money to Dacians for free to build fortifications against Rome?
I donate money to Romania every day.
That's a good one.
Right. Irene didn't kill her son.
Such a stupid theory.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you gotta imagine what that implies, right? Constantine VI was just staying on a room somewhere in the Imperial Palace, and he just chilled there for the entire remain of Adrian's reign, and then more, right? Everyone else that took power, Constantine just stayed in their room, like, you know, like
No, he
just
he
chill.
just blinded himself. You see, it was an unfortunate accident. One
I
day
think it's true.
he literally tripped and fell on a on
Yeah, to
steam.
this day, the Imperial Palace in Constantinople, now Istanbul, is just the skeleton of Constantine VI is still there. You know, they never found that room.
Look, she didn't kill her son, okay? She blinded him and he died of complications. Those are different things.
He tripped and fell into hot coal or whatever they use to blind people.
Oh no, red hot poker in your eye. You guys have seen the that oversimplified meme?
No.
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 Oh well.
Okay, let's get rolling. I think we're not getting anything from this one.
Right, so
The
the next,
Illyrian click.
the Illyrian clique. This one is from Romabu.
What about it?
Elaborate.
It's a
I assume it's
It's a
I
bunch
know
of
what
people
you mean by that theory,
fro-
but you
from-
wanna, you
from
want me to
Illyria.
first elaborate?
sure, why not? Like during the reign of Gallienus, a clique of generals formed in the higher ranks of the military, who would very much like to take the reins of power into their hands to basically bring back the order. And different people. So at some point, this does not like this becomes non-controversial, right? So we pretty much know that like Probus, Aurelian, Claudius Gothicus, they were kind of in cahoots. They were buddies. They were like one was
It's
the
not outrageous to speculate that, but it's a bit.
yeah,
like,
but it's the speculation here is how much did they contribute to like murder of Gallienus per se, say, or
like some Illyrians were friends, straight up. Like for example, Constantius I and Diocletian. But like when you say that
well,
there was a
it's bit early.
broad conspiracy and friendship between all Illyrians, that's taken a very further step.
Yes, the Illyrian pride.
Did they
It's
even
called
see themselves
Albania.
as Illyrians? Like, of course, the Illyrian provinces existed.
No,
But like, you know, like,
no, it's just a well. You have a guy who is like from the same place as you. He's your say high-ranking officer, or he's your subordinate officer. Well, you have a more ground to bond with him than with some like senatorial dude. And by this time, there were no senatorial dudes in the military. And all those people commanded on the Rhine, right around the place where they were born. So it's like modern day Serbia. So Sirmium, or else Dalmatia, those places. Like the conspiratorial thing here is whether or not they killed Gallienus, let's say.
does anyone buy that? I mean, like, I personally don't, but maybe if there was some further evidence, I could buy into that. I mean, like, Gallienus ruled for 15 years, so if they wanted to
Throw.
usurp him, they
Overthrow.
would have done it
Overthrow.
earlier, right?
No, but like the argument here is that well, you've been ruling for 15 years, and you haven't brought.
Oh
you know,
yeah,
the
but
order
why wasn't
back.
10 years enough? Why wasn't 10 years enough?
Because why wasn't 10 years enough? It was 10 years for the sole reign of Gallienus. It was 10 years.
you could very much like the fury stays the same and a little bit weaker, but if you said 20 years, if Gallienus had ruled for 20 years, 15 years, it's a very long rule, especially for the time. And
No,
would
say,
you say that, yeah.
You said 10 years, right? So the Gallic Empire broke off like 260, and Gallienus was killed 269 or 268. So his sole reign started into 60.
He ruled some 7 years, right? As a
I
sole ruler.
Should be 10 probably. I think Gallienus was. So it's like 10 years. Why can't you make stuff? Yeah, assassinated 268. Valerian taken prisoner should be 260.
Okay, to reiterate, the Illyrian clique theory is that the Illyrian generals at the time, they conspired to seize power and maintain it in an exclusively Illyrian circle. That's
Yup.
stupid.
I know, because why why would anyone like
That's our word.
his mates?
That's very our word. They very retarded. Like
Very ravioli.
This conspiracy theory, which is what it is, that the Illyrians specifically wanted the Illyrians in power and contributed for each other to stay in power. That's stupid. Now you can say that some of them were friends and they helped each other. That much I can buy. So that would be a very light version of that theory. But you're not advocating that light version, are you?
You talking to me?
You talking to
No,
me?
I'm talking to Spectrum. Yes, I am talking to you.
I'm not advocating anything. I'm just bringing it out there. I don't know. Maybe they killed Gallienus. Why not?
You don't have strong opinions one way or
No.
the other?
Now I want to advocate for them killing Gallienus. I say when Gallienus was murdered, Claudius Gothicus was right on the spot to take power, and he supposedly sent a letter to the senators saying, "Well, you should spare the Gallienus' family, all that." But the letter did not arrive on time, so Gallienus' children, wife, and the rest of the family were murdered. Sounds like something premeditated.
Oh my god. Albanian comments.
You can't stop the Albanians. But we can go to the next rank,
Yeah, oh yeah.
the next tier.
The Cato tier. This is where we start getting crazy. Just a little bit, not too much. And
Right.
the first one, the HRE is legitimate.
Rose? Anyone in favor?
Sure, why not?
Legitimate.
I mean,
as
the
well.
argument to be made there is that the line of power continued through the Pope. But this is just one of those things that that just has to be debated.
The HRE very much was not legitimate. If you're going through the most common sense interpretation of imperial authority, the Roman imperial authority, you just try to interpret what was legal and what was not. The method through which the HRE came to be was very much so not legitimate. Maybe you could argue that the fact that it's the one that lasted the longest, maybe that's an argument for it. I would say that the HRE, by the time that it was the only one around, it was very much neither Holy nor Roman nor Empire, meme check. And to say that it was legitimate, you have to go through a lot of hoops and be a huge, I don't know, Charlemagne show, German show, something show, Habsburg show, to really believe in and start to try to justify it.
Look here. Charlemagne was a Roman patrician, a rank given to him by the Roman emperor. I think it should be like Leo the Fourth or something. Pope gave him the crown. So they said, "Well,
Yeah, what more do you want, right?
let's
That's
make
all
it work."
takes.
They held Rome, so hence the Roman part. The empire used to be split. You go on arguing that the Western Empire isn't legitimate, I suppose. So the Western Empire of 400s, right? Pretty much. Very
let's
much
just say
legitimate.
the logic. Let's say the base logic for trying to argue that the HRE was legitimate, the way that they saw it at the time. They saw it that Charlemagne, when he was crowned by the Pope, Leo III, he was the direct successor to Constantine VI. Constantine VI was emperor, was usurped by Irene, and then a crown on Charlemagne. He's the new emperor now. Oh, I think something happened to the stream spectrum.
No, it's I tried to put a picture. It's too large, so I deleted it.
At the time of the crowning of Charlemagne, there was the one thing that's in the same tier here. So the Nation of Constantine, which is the document that said that Constantine bestowed on the papacy the power to rule over Italy. So if you buy into this one,
Dovaheri, what's cracking, brother? Not much, bro. I'm listening to Alexius speculate on nature, just that.
So this kind of the legalistic basis of the legitimacy of Charlemagne's coronation. You can.
But
It's not like directly what's Constantine VI.
But if you want to get to the donation, well, we'll get to the donation of Constantine when we get to the donation of Constantine. It's not that very far off. Does anyone else have to say about the supposed legitimacy of the HRE?
Yeah, it's cringe and not real.
Right. So up next one, the Etruscans vassalize Rome. Nice typing, Dova.
The Etruscans. Who wrote this? What was the brainlet that wrote this iceberg theory?
You.
No. That's a
It's
conspiracy
true.
theory. That's down there in the conspiracy theories. The Vahedi made this iceberg.
Well,
The Vahedi
like
can't
the
spell.
it's the idea that the story of Scaevola, the guy who stuck his hand in the fire to scare the Etruscan king, was just like Roman cope, and that actually,
It's very much Roman cope, that story.
yeah, the Etruscans actually took Rome at the time and vassalized it, and Rome just basically paid them to go away.
You're fine. Not very controversial.
No.
Agreed.
I believe it.
I mean,
The
Rome's
Etruscans
kings were
vassalized
Etruscan,
Rome, yeah.
right? The last
So
three.
and they so Rome is the vassals of the Etruscans, and here's where the legitimacy of HRE comes from.
What?
Charlemagne was the Etruscan.
You gotta say it on a
See?
McCarthy kind of way.
I think you just temporarily freezed my brain. What sort of backwards logic? With what sort of
Backwards
backwards
logic. It's
logic?
direct logic.
Hold on. Charlemagne is a time-traveling Etruscan Constantine.
No. We're gonna move on. Diocletian's socialism doomed the empire.
Yes.
I think yes. I think there was a lot of woke socialists at the time.
What does this
So,
mean
but
exactly?
let's be specific on what we mean by Diocletian socialism. Yeah.
Alexandros Acacius Cortesus, I think, was one. Terrible center.
Okay. I'll be the one to do it. I would have thought that Monsieur would have wanted to have the honor to explain what this theory is all about.
Oh no, I just wanted us to put socialism in the name.
Okay. So originally, the idea was Diocletian's tetrarchy or his economic policies doomed the empire. Okay, just socialism, right? So Diocletian's socialism. What we mean by that? We mean like Diocletian. He put a lot of the economic reforms and social reforms that really feudalized the Roman Empire. He tied people to the son of a carpenter had to be a carpenter or a soldier or a tradesman or this or that, and he wanted to do that because he wanted every job to never be in lack, to everything that needed to be filled, every position. And the mentality for that comes because he came out of the crisis of the first century in and out and tried to fix it and tried to prevent that anything like that ever happened again. So he went very overboard on a lot of ways. And the tetrarchy also, to those who know what it is, when the empire was split administratively in 4 ways, 4 emperors, was also because of his trauma of the crisis of the first century, because He wanted to split power to reduce the chance of rebellion, and it ended up having the exact opposite effect of that when there wasn't a competent emperor like Diocletian at the helm. So yeah, I believe that. Diocletian was a commie in a few ways, and that doomed the empire. Sure, sure.
I think the most socialistic sort of policy is the edict on prices,
Yes.
trying to
Yeah,
control the prices of goods,
Price control is a wonderful economic idea. It does.
which did not
They always work.
work.
It's the best policy you can possibly do when you want to nuke your country's economy.
But to be fair, Diocletian didn't have access to Austrian economics back then.
No, he did not.
Then should have asked, people to bring it to him.
In fact, is Diocletian the first historical example proven of someone setting fixed prices for stuff?
Probably on the same scale, but I doubt that there wasn't a guy in his city-state who wanted to fix the price of
some
everything.
meme ruler of this city or the other. But yeah, the first guy in the scale, the first big ruler to do that. Yeah, I fail to see.
Yeah, it was
remember someone
probably
before Diocletian.
Diocletian actually.
Yeah, so he was the first one to do that mistake in scale. So yeah, can we cut him some slack?
Yeah, we can, because it wasn't enforced at all. Like for
Because
this one, we can.
on other camps, Diocletian was a great emperor on other camps. That was an economic policy. So yeah, I won't blame Diocletian for that one. Did it doom the empire in the long term? Does anyone refute that?
I actually think he slightly prolonged it.
Yeah.
The socialism?
No, not the socialism. Diocletian.
Prolong the socialism. The
The
USSR.
question here is the socialism.
Right, so the next one. The Historia Augusta is all true.
Yeah.
How does one justify this one?
I mean, it's such an outrageous claim. I'll just say yes, because it's obviously false. So the Historia Augusta, honestly, I kind of forgot the whole history of that document. So the Historia Augusta is this book, and is wildly believed to be, as far as Roman history goes, the worst primary source of all of time. It's extremely inaccurate in a lot of accounts and just invents stuff left and right. So there's a lot of lies in the Historia Augusta, and so it becomes hard to define what even is true that is in the Historia Augusta, because for a lot of stuff, it's the only source.
Even the authorship isn't true, because it supposedly has 6 different writers, but in truth, it was all written by one guy.
For the Historia Augusta to all be true, history was a lot more anime-like than we think.
Sure.
I wish it was
like
true.
7 people were struck by lightning. That's a very common occurrence in it.
Yeah.
You don't know how the things were back then. Maybe it was. Maybe it's all true.
And we just leave it there then. Sextus Tarquinius was framed.
By Brutus and Collatinus?
He just has framed. Maybe we can speculate what the real theory is. Maybe it was Brutus and Collatinus because they just wanted a republic really bad, and they framed the guy to invent the whole story that he was a rapist and stuff to delegitimize the monarchy, which did nothing wrong.
That was an early Me Too moment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
They canceled Sextus without basis.
He was Etruscan, by the way, so it may be xenophobia.
Then it was justified. Like Etruscans don't have rights, right?
No, but you can't frame them. That's cringe.
So, the story, for those who don't know, Sextus Tarquinius was the son of the... He was the son, right? Not the grandson. He was the son of the king
Tarquinius
of Rome.
Superbus.
Tarquinius Superbus, yeah.
Butts.
And like the story is that Sextus raped a popular Roman noblewoman of the time, and this caused a massive outrage, and it sparked the rebellion that would overthrow the monarchy and install the republic. And here
Probably
we're speculating that it was all a conspiracy, you know.
it's probably like an apocryphal story.
But apocryphal in what way?
I mean, it happened in some way, and people invented the whole scandal to make it more spicy.
What was the real reason for the republic being founded?
Just basic power struggle.
A power struggle between classes?
Well, like nobility and
A class struggle?
Yeah. The one.
There was a communist
Diocletian. It was a Diocletian socialism, proto-socialism precursor. No, just a bunch of nobles wanted power for himself.
For the love of God, stop with the time traveling. We'll get to the time traveling when we get there.
I love the time traveling trope. It's a good thing.
Every theory should be time travel. I'm a prophecy. Now this one you're gonna have to remind me. I don't remember what the hell this was about.
This is the Byzantine one.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like Komnenian dynasty
Hold on, did you guys just yawn?
followed the thing.
No,
Yeah, Alexis is getting tired, right?
No, and plus I have to explain this one. So it's
Go ahead.
like Komnenian dynasty had a prophecy going on around the time of Manuel, but maybe earlier. So that the oracle, someone asked the oracle, how long would the dynasty of Alexius Komnenos reign? And he said Ema, which means blood in Greek. So it kind of confirmed, and you see the first three letters fit right in the period. So it's Alexius, John, his son is Johannes, M is Manuel. So Manuel wanted a guy who would be, to make his heir for his name to start with Alpha, with A, right? And so he adopted, and it was a big thing. He had a cousin, Andronicus Komnenos, whose name starts with A, then he had adopted the Prince of Hungary and named him Alexius. Then he made his own biological son, also named him Alexius. So Manuel had two sons called Alexius. And it was a big thing. That's it. And everyone believed it.
What other BS, the whole thing?
No, like Andronicus also believed it. He thought that, well, it's going to be another cycle of AIMA. He said, well, some guy called Isaac should, some guy whose name starts with I would overthrow me. And it came out to be Isaac Angelus. So checks out prophecy, like 100% true.
Very schizoid theory.
Real, like checks out. But it's not as impressive when you think that most of the names started with I, A, M, or M.
It makes sense if you make
With
this
those letters.
assumption here. This is little detail. I don't buy it. I don't.
No, it's pretty much like a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know,
Yeah,
if
part of the reason why.
if people believe it, it's gonna happen.
Anyone has a take on it?
Well, I agree that it is sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, to the point that it's probably just a tradition. Like, oh yeah, all our leaders just cycle these names out over and over and over again.
It's
Some Russian dude in the chat, I can read his name. Why isn't Majorianas in the stream? We actually tried to contact the guy, but he doesn't have much of a many social media that we could contact. So
He's a ghost.
it didn't happen. Yeah, kind of a ghost. Good channel though.
Also, there's a comment in the stream that out of the 400 people watching, there is no females.
no way.
True. I mean, what? He's just true. Attila left Italy because Leo III had dirt on him.
Well, this one you.
What does it say? What does it say, Leo the Third?
The Pope.
Leo the First.
Leo the First.
Okay.
Yes.
Leo the Third time travel.
Yeah.
More time travel.
With dirt from way later.
You knew
Right,
that
so
Attila
Leo the
was-
First. Leo the First.
Yeah.
So Attila left Italy because Leo the First had dirt on him. Well, what kind of
dirt?
dirt? That's the question, right? What kind of dirt would a pope have on this foreign Hunnic invader?
Just,
Anybody?
just
think I
the
got
promise of salvation.
I don't
He-
know. I don't know why is Dove like asking or looking around because he was the one who put this one.
Attila, Leo knew that Attila was secretly gay or something like that.
Oh my god, it's always the guys.
Homosexuality led to the fall of the Hunnic.
And he was gonna tell the entire class if he didn't leave.
He was the real Queen of Bithynia, by the way. Attila was.
Leo the First had sex with Attila, and he was gonna tell everyone.
Oh my god.
Good.
What would be embarrassing for a Hun?
I don't think anything would be. Or losing a battle.
All right.
Someone's
Attila lost a
asking.
battle one time.
Someone's
Yeah,
asking.
nobody knew except Leo.
Someone's asking where's Tominus though. The thing is, Tominus is not feeling very well. He has been very much unavailable
neither.
these past few months due to health issues. We can only wish for his recovery.
Yeah, well, we made
Yeah.
as big of a Roma book party here that we could. For example, Sant was originally invited here, but she's not as much of an artist about the specifics of Roman history. So yeah, 5 dudes, I'd say it's enough. It's enough. It gets the blood going, right? So Attila left Italy because Leo the first had dirt on
Yeah.
him.
Literal
I mean,
dirt.
you-
Like actual.
He had dirt.
Yeah,
he,
yes.
he came there with a pot of dirt.
From the future.
From the future.
Future dirt.
I covered you in future dirt. If you don't want me to tell anyone, you will leave.
I mean, we gotta come up with some reason as to why Leo the First managed to convince Attila. I remember the more pragmatic, agreed upon reason was because Attila the First. Attila he had this disease ravaging through his army when he got into Italy, so Leo just convinced him of the impracticalities of attacking Rome in that state, so he just left. I think that was the more agreed upon stuff, but anyone else want to take a shot at that? They have a new reason why?
Chuckles in the chat says because Attila the Hun was superstitious ooga booga.
So yeah, that's the
Because
romantic
Attila was
take.
stupid.
The romantic take is that Leo.
Like
said
Leo
that
just got
if
there
you
and
take-
he shaked some keys in front of Attila and he got scared and left.
I got that image in my head, and it's just the funniest thing.
It's like the second popular theory that he said that well, you're gonna get punished if you sack Rome. The god will punish you. And Attila said, well, I suppose.
Well, guess
I'm
I'll
not gonna.
even die. Because that's what he left.
Yes,
He left and died.
that's it.
Ricardo says Attila was secretly female.
So we have a guy in the. Oh no, we have. He's not in the comments.
And Leo threatened to share it over the world. That's it, right? That's the dirt.
The excesses of liberty says.
I mean, if Attila was
yeah.
female, Leo could have sex with him and it would have been fine, right?
And
What other
and
theories?
he captured it all on tape. So that's the dirt.
Because he's a time traveler, he had he had tape with him.
No,
Excesses of Liberty says he had documents leading to the arrest of Attila
but,
from the future.
The dude had killed millions.
yeah, that's. I think that's why they killed Harambe, not Attila.
Right.
Leo the First informed Attila that he was a wanted criminal.
Right. The next one.
Yeah.
The donation of Constantine was true. In other words, it was a real document. It wasn't a forgery or anything else. Even though it was. It's
Yeah,
proof the
Constantine was
forgery.
Catholic, didn't you know?
It was proof that it was a forgery like by the 14th century or something.
So we all know what the donation of Constantine was, yeah?
Didn't we talk
Is it-
about it in the HR legitimacy take?
Yes.
It's-
It's a supposedly an imperial decree made by Constantine, which transferred the religious and imperial authority over Rome and the western part of the Roman Empire to the Pope. Though it was probably composed in the 18th century, and Constantine lived in like the 4th, so...
No,
By the way,
it's
proven to be
in
a
which century?
forgery.
In which
Proven
century
in
is
the
it?
15th century to be a forgery, that document, the donation of
Yes,
Constantine.
Yeah.
So
Fact.
the
Science proved it.
the reason
science.
the reason was that Pope cured Constantine of leprosy, and the Constantine was so grateful that he gave away
He made a forgery.
control of Italy.
What did
Control of
Constantine
Italy.
what did Constantine time travel to the 8th century to write a
Now you gave into it.
yeah
Yeah.
it's
You know, what was going on is during Constantine's time, so much was going on. He was busy, so he thought, let me time travel to the future where I'll be able to like think this through and make the donation, in however I need.
Time travel is an inherent Roman skill.
That's a good-
Okay. It's BS. The donation of Constantine is BS, right? It was not true.
I mean, objectively, yeah.
And not even the most hardcore Catholic shields these days will claim otherwise. I mean, they just won't. Even the trad calves, right? Not even them will say it. So let's get to the real stuff now. Queen of Bithynia.
Slander.
Did we move on from
yeah the
the
Queen of
nation?
Bithynia the Queen of Bithynia
Yeah, we moved on. We're now discussing real theories now.
where supposedly that Caesar got fucked in the ass by the King of Bithynia.
Rammed every day.
Probably all true. Okay, that's it. That's my take.
The whole story about the Queen of Bithynia thing is that Caesar he once went on a trip to either administer or it was a pleasure trip to Bithynia. I forgot which one it was. And he stayed there longer than expected. And back when he returned to Rome, the politicians of the time started slandering him, saying that he was the Queen of Bithynia. He was so friendly with the King of Bithynia that he had sex with him, accusing each other of homosexuality. And it's specifically the kind of insult to be the Queen of Bithynia because he was slandered back then to be the one that was in the receiving end. So that's the slander here. And so was it true? Was Caesar violated on a daily basis voluntarily by the King of Bithynia?
Honestly, I can see it
What's
happening.
this silence?
I can see it happening, honestly.
You can see it happening.
I can see
What
it
a thing
happening.
to say.
It's
Elaborate.
optimate lies.
Yeah, I'm on the stance of it being optimate lies.
You're not an optimate? Or you got some... I can't believe it. So to believe the Queen of Bithynia thing is... Oh, you can believe a light version of it. Maybe you can believe that Caesar had sex once with the King of Bithynia.
No.
Just once.
No.
I choose not to believe it.
Maybe they were good friends. Maybe they I don't know. It was a Lincoln situation where they shared.
Maybe
the
they were
bed
very good
platonically.
friends.
Very good friends. Yes.
Look, who are we to judge? Are we still on the Queen of Bithynia?
Yeah, we're still on the
Yes.
Queen of
Oh,
Bithynia.
okay, who are we to judge?
Maybe
If
one
people
day
want to get rammed.
they were really close together, and Caesar's butthole was feeling a little cold, and so the King of Bithynia warmed it up.
Normal Boyle says they were jealous of him for real.
For real,
Okay.
for real.
All the
So
senators.
the entire Senate was gay. All the optimates in the Senate were gay too.
Yes.
I think it was the reason that the empire fell at the end.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Maybe the empire fell because Caesar wasn't enough of a queen of Bithynia. Maybe if he got rammed more, the Bithynians would support the Roman state more, and
Ah,
he wouldn't have
yes.
fallen.
Ah, yes. The empire
So you-
fell not because it was gay, but because it wasn't gay enough.
Yes, specifically Caesar. Who cares if he made himself a king or whatever? The real crime of Caesar was that he didn't spread his legs for long enough. Adrianople was a setup. No takes on
This
that?
is that Theodosius set it up.
I don't know.
Right. No,
So
that was,
I don't know
that
exactly
was,
what a setup would be.
That was the idea that Hadrianople was like schemed by Theodosius in order for him to become the new emperor of the East.
He was set up for Theodosius to be the new emperor, but who set it up?
Whose idea was that?
Theodosius set it up.
Theodosius?
So-
Theodosius was the
general.
mastermind of it all? How
Yeah.
did he convince Valens to attack prematurely then? Was that the whole part of the plan?
Hey, mind control.
The Goths into that?
Mind control. 5G.
5G.
You have to keep
Time
in mind.
travel.
Like, you have to keep in mind. We're already in the Cato tier, and
Time
it's only,
traveling mind control.
it's only gonna get
Multiply
worse.
back in the future.
I think it's that terrible take. Like, what is this even? So 5G is the only hypothesis I have.
Yeah, you only say that because you don't know the truth. You're not educated. Of course, it was a setup.
Because I'm
I
also
mean, how-
controlled by 5G.
Everyone
And
is.
you
I don't
as
know,
well.
I don't know a single person who isn't. And it was a setup. The Goths were in it, and was the other emperor at that time into it as well?
Look, it was all like a
was
staged
great.
event. It was a staged event. You know, like now historians say, well, the
Paid
empire
actors,
started to
all of
fall.
them.
Yes, the empire started to fall because like the Battle of Adrianople. But what they
Adrianople.
are trying to accomplish here, is to hide the real truth, the real reason the empire fell. Is that
Hadrianople was an
the
inside job.
Caesar wasn't gay enough for the king of Bithynia. That's it.
So Adrianople was a setup. Glad we agree. Livia killed everyone.
Yeah, this is Livia killed Augustus's heirs, but bigger.
But also killed Agrippa and Augustus and Drusus and a lot more people. Livia killed everyone. She just like killing. And she killed Tiberius.
This says everyone. It probably means like every single person.
Everyone that died while Olivia was alive, she killed them.
Yes. You know, you can accomplish a lot with 5G, I suppose.
So Corey, that's the I Claudius take on Livia, right? That she was just straight up evil, and she did everything that she was accused of and more. And like,
it's not that far from the from Augustus's heirs. Like you can count Agrippa as Augustus's heir. You just have to add like Germanicus, and that's it.
Smart D Pants says, can't think of anyone who would claim this, even as a joke. My dude, you don't even know what we're gonna get into.
Alfonso
yes.
level 2 said, Livia tried to kill me, but I time traveled.
Anyway, should we move on?
I think. Oh, Jesus also died during Livia's
No.
life.
Oh wait,
Livia killed Jesus.
God.
Oh no, it's 29. She died in 29. But I know, like it's 3 years. She could have set it up.
Should have set it up.
Anyway,
The machinations,
ladies and
she had it
gentlemen,
all planned out.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now we're at Cato, but from this point onwards, Cato has gone full schizo. We are about to delve into the deep lore, into
The
things,
real history, the hidden history.
into things that not only you should not learn, you should not possibly even be learning.
It's illegal to learn a lot of this stuff. You will be executed on spot.
It's not possible. It's like the Ogma Infinium. You try to read it and it consumes your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no turning back from now on.
Yeah, there's no turning back indeed. What you're gonna learn now, it will stick with you forever, and the government will pursue you for the rest of your life for possessing this elder knowledge.
Right, so the Latins deserve the massacre. That's the first one.
Well, that's it.
So, the situation at hand. So, like, the Latins, who were the Latins? The Latins were like
Venetians,
Venetian,
Pisans, and
Genoans,
Genoans, yes.
yeah, Italian merchant republic citizens that lived in Constantinople around the. Hell, they lived in the after the Macedonian dynasty, after about there, because the Byzantine Empire area, the Roman Empire had made deals with those republics, and more of those merchants just straight up came to live in Constantinople to trade there constantly and set up shop there. A few tens of thousands. So like relationships between the empire and the republics began to sour more and more because of tariffs and like political disputes. And so once then came an emperor one day. It was one of the Alexios, I think. Or maybe it
Well,
was another
first
one.
of all, slander. No, it was Andronicus. Like there was a riot preceding his elevation, and the riot sort of disintegrated into going after Latins. Right, people started to attack the Latins on the street, and instead of stopping it, Andronicus basically said, "Well, let's go." He called the troops and said that the troops should do the same. Basically, should massacre the
And
Latins.
tens of thousands
take their
died.
stuff.
And the question is, did all the men, women, and children deserve to die? Come on. Monsieur, your take?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Come on. Not sure. Come on, dude. It's an easy take to have an opinion on. Did they deserve to get massacred or not?
I mean, no, but I mean, I don't have like a who. I don't know who added this, but I just don't have. I don't have a ton of background on that particular situation there.
I mean,
I
it's the
think
story
that-
that we just said. No,
I
not
think
that
that
much
they-
complicated than that.
They did not deserve it when it happened, but
Yeah,
retroly, with the Fourth Crusade,
They deserved in retrospect.
Oh,
In
right. They were time traveling backward descendants
my
of
God.
the Fourth Crusaders.
Time travel. God.
You do realize
So
that
for-
is in the last tier.
So for the Latins, basically, time flowed in the other direction. So those massacred in 1182 were actually the Crusaders from the 1204. That's that way I can justify it. I'm not sure about
so
like the
like,
women, I would say, but
People talk about time travel being confusing. This is taking it to a whole different level.
Alright. The Chinese Lost Legion. This is based on a myth.
During the battle, following the Battle of Carrhae, right?
yes.
So the Persians, they take what remains of Crassus's legions, settle them in the Far East, and they eventually wind up in China and set up a settlement and act as mercenaries. Pretty interesting theory, if true.
It's
but
schizoid theory.
but there's not much backing it up.
Just with the schizoid take right away.
Let's say the real theory. The real theory is that the Lost Legion traveled to China, conquered China, and founded the new Roman Empire.
Yes.
What?
And China is the true successor to Rome. More legitimate than
Yeah.
the Holy Roman
Oh my
Empire.
That's the theory.
That's a theory.
Yeah, Sun Wukong was a Roman legionnaire, guilty cake rights.
It was an interpretation of one of the Roman gods.
So if what if we read Sun Tzu backwards? It
Sun Tzu
should.
was a Roman.
Yeah. So if you read Sun Tzu backwards, it says Ust Nos. I mean, Nos sounds like a Roman name.
Mm.
Yeah.
Something to think about. Sheeple.
Sheeple.
The altar of victory's curse. Anyone want to expand on this?
That's a simple theory.
Right, because the altar of victory was something that was, if I'm not mistaken, in the Senate ever since the times of Pyrrhus. And it stayed there until it was, if I'm not mistaken, briefly removed, then put again by Magnus Maximus, I think. And then
Eugenius.
Theodosius had it removed for good. And from that point onward, the Roman Empire was cursed. And that's why it fell.
I mean,
So it's not
something was to blame for
homosexuality.
the empire's fall.
Okay, it contradicts the homosexuality theory.
Maybe
There can
they're
only
both
be
true.
one. There can be only one true reason.
I mean, we're pretty down here, so
Yeah.
Yeah, this is...
the altar of victory. It was attained from Pyrrhus, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the Greek guy. You know what they do in Greece?
Yeah, we can compare how did the empire fare from the moment that it was put on the Senate after the defeat of Pyrrhus to the moment that it was removed during the reign of Theodosius. I don't know, man. It seems like Rome peaked around that time.
So true.
Like
Well,
after,
say-
what happens after Theodosius, eh? What happens?
Yeah, it's sacked.
Honorius,
The city is
Arcadius.
sacked.
We will say it is believable and interesting if true, but probably not.
No, it's true.
It's all true.
I mean, it just
The
no, it
altar
just
of
makes too much
victory
sense.
was made
The
by the
altar of
Roman
victory,
Chinese.
the timing of the removal. I would be superstitious as hell actually about that whole stuff. In hindsight,
It may tie into the next theory that Chicken Roma was put there
Oh god.
to replace the altar of victory. It was a last-ditch effort to save the city. But
I want to hear
Honorius,
this. Tell us the lore. Please tell us the lore of this theory.
The chicken Roma was Romulus reincarnate.
look, we know how Romulus saw 12 birds, right? Over the Esquiline Hills.
What?
you warped each one of them.
Were they flying
Yeah,
chickens?
and
They were. They were
those
flying
birds.
chickens.
Those
he
birds
said-
were
It's
actually
special,
fledged.
you know. It's a chicken that could fly.
Yes. So
He said, "I want to come back as one of those flying chickens one day."
yes, and we have
He
like
said
we
to
don't
leave
have
us one day.
we don't have a good account of Romulus' death. You know, he disappeared in the puff of smoke, like the wind took him. So what he did is he shape-shifted into a chicken and flew away.
And just stayed incognito for 1,000 years.
And he was sleeping
waiting
under
for
the
the right
Palatine.
moment.
Yeah.
This is like an Avatar situation when the world needs him most. He's gonna come back.
Yes. So the world
And the plan was
needed him
to
most.
be a pet.
The world needed him most when the altar of victory was removed.
You know, like only Honorius could listen to Romulus's voice when he was incarnated into that
Yes,
chicken.
and he
That's why he
set
called
him
him
to
Roma.
abandon Britannia, because this, the addition of Britain.
And he told him to be a crab emperor too.
Right.
He might have become senile by that point. He reincarnated. He waited for a long time. At that
You know
point,
what?
he was just a senile chicken man.
Well, but then what happened to Romulus in the end?
This is
Why
So
didn't
he-
he reappear again?
this is
Well,
too
he's still
stupid.
chicken because Honorius couldn't break the spell, right? That the Romulus applied on himself.
Yeah.
So Romulus stayed a chicken, and he's now a national symbol of France. right? The rooster. So that's what
True
France.
as Rome.
Yes, France. That's
And
that's
he
what
helped them with the
Charlemagne.
World Cup.
And yes, and he picked France because Charlemagne was the real success. He's the real successor. He's the most legitimate guy in history. So he went to France, and he now awaits the triple victory in the World Cup, triple consecutive victories by France. So Dido, the Carthaginian person, he cursed those French penalty shooters to miss, and that's why we don't get the reformation of Roman Empire right away. But we can just keep praying, and
my
it's
fucking
gonna
eyes
happen,
are
guys.
tearing up.
That's it. That's the whole theory.
That's perfect. Let's end it right
Every
here.
time I look at that French crest on their shirts, I'm gonna see something different now.
Let's move on. Phoenician merchants spread the bubonic plague on purpose.
True. Next theory.
I need to breathe.
That's why they deserve the massacre.
Yeah, let's tie those what you got. But no way, the massacre happened before they spread the plague.
That's
Right?
why. That's
Yeah.
why.
Right,
That's
but
why
it's
the
time
massacre.
travel.
No,
happened.
time flows backwards for the license.
Shut the hell up. So Venetians, the whole theory for the Venetians spreading the plague, it's this whole story about how, it was the Mongols. The Mongols were sieging some Genoese and Venetian cities that were trade posts in Crimea, and when they got to siege them, they threw corpses that were infected with the plague over the city. And then, when the Venetians they returned on their boats back to Italy, they spread it through it and all of Europe. The theory is that they did it on purpose, because the depths of innocent people. They knew what a bubonic plague was. And I go, cool. That's cool. Wreck shit up.
So just being agents of chaos, really. No
Yeah,
real motive.
Venetians are inherently agents of chaos. Have you ever been to Veneto in Italy?
I have not, no.
Don't. The Venetian menace, the eternal Venetian.
The Eternal Venetian. You know what? I think this theory is plausible. We'll give it a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 Romulus chickens.
It's literally the bottom of the iceberg.
Yeah.
I think there are 2 more tiers, and
Yeah. There's 2 more tiers.
That's the extra ethereal plane we're gonna venture into.
Yeah. So Hannibal was a double agent.
Look, why didn't he march on Rome after Kenny? I'm just asking,
He didn't have siege.
It was a
equipment.
very convincing double agent. Killed how many Romans? Was anyone keeping count?
He killed at least
Thousands.
over 100,000.
Easily.
During the Second
Easily.
Punic War, I could be wrong, but it's estimated like 700,000 Romans died.
That's a bit too much.
20% of the male population.
So Kenny was like 80,000, right? But he still didn't march on Rome. The hell.
So, who was he working for then? Who in the Roman senate? Was he just a patriotic Roman?
Well, you know how after the Second Punic War, a lot of social change happened in the empire. So the old senatorial class, a lot of them were killed in battles, right? So that's why Hannibal first he first won a bunch of battles to erase, to slaughter all the senatorial people and their descendants, because 80 rings, all this stuff, right? And he wanted to facilitate. He worked with the bourgeoisie in the Roman Empire, and they wanted to facilitate a social change. So the rich plebes wanted to rise up in the hierarchy. And after the Second Punic War, a lot of the positions that were senatorial,
It's all about class warfare.
began to be filled by the plebes, the capable guys, whatever meritocracy. So it's kind of about about class warfare.
Hannibal just threw the battle for Scipio.
I mean, he's like top 3 general, and Scipio isn't in the top 3, as we know. What do you mean?
Bredish in the chat says Dova made Hannibal a Chad because he knew he was a double agent.
right.
Animals, like,
Hannibal was instructed by Romulus and killed by Livia.
Yes.
All right. So next one, Gladiator is real history.
I remember back when I first watched Gladiator, that was my take. Only later I would learn that indeed that was the truth. But for a long time I was deceived that it wasn't. Like Maximin, how was it? What was his full
Maximus,
name?
Maximus.
Maximus Meridius.
Max-
Something
no, wasn't
Maximus
Meridius.
Meridius. It was Meridius. Something Maximus Meridius.
He commanded the Phalanx legions, and
Yeah. He was
Marcus
his
Aurelius.
husband.
He wanted a return to the Republican system.
Maximus Decimus Meridius.
Meridius.
You know,
And like,
the second movie is just got announced, Gladiator 2.
no way,
Oh,
really?
no
Yeah.
way.
And
No way.
allegedly,
We're gonna learn the real history there.
Maximus
Finally.
is going to be sent back by the gods on missions all throughout history.
Oh, nice.
Mm.
So they finally like doing historically accurate movies.
Is Chicken Romulus going to be a sidekick?
Oh my god.
Hope so. He's gonna be the narrator,
Let's make
and
this movie a reality. Let's actually
Chick-
make this a movie.
Chicken Romulus would be the narrator, voiced
Oh,
by
my-
Morgan Freeman.
Yes. Chicken Romulus, the narrator. Who's he voiced by?
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman,
Morgan
yes.
Freeman is Romulus the chick.
Right. The Tang Dynasty had spies in Rome. Dova, this is yours.
I just contributed to some of the elder knowledge that I stole from the Chinese government. You know, she's still haunting me to this day. It's not fun. You know how many times she tried to poison me? It's a good thing that I'm healthy. So the Tang Dynasty had spies in Rome, and by Rome we mean all the multiple variations of the Roman Empire through history. They had the Tang Dynasty had spies in the early Roman Republic before the Tang Dynasty was a thing. The Tang Dynasty had spies in the whole history of the Republic up to the Empire, and they especially had spies in the Byzantine government, especially after they stole all those silkworm eggs, you know,
Yeah.
and started producing their own brand of it. So like the Tang Dynasty was culprit to every single tragedy that happened in the Roman government. They were part of every single plot. Like what was that Seth joke? Like they couldn't prove anything, but rice drops were found all over the crime scene. I mean, you can't refute it, can you? Spectrum?
can. If the Romans stole silk, what would the Chinese want to steal from the Romans?
Olives. They want to steal olives.
Olives.
And ravioli, of course.
Almost had the ravioli.
Yeah, the ravioli is just, the R word, ravioli.
Yeah.
They wanted to just steal our words from the Empire. They wanted to steal retards from the Empire. What for?
They needed our word passes. It was a booming industry.
Zan in the comment section says Maximus, Chicken Romulus, and Homo Attila and Communist Diocletian teaming up to stop Livia sounds like a good plan.
Yes.
The thing
Let's make
is,
that a movie.
for all the people watching, the insanity isn't over yet. In fact, we're only starting.
No, like
It's just getting started.
I mean, people are only starting to wake up. Being sheeple, controlled by the government
Right.
with 5G.
Right. Heraclius converted to Islam.
Inshallah.
You know, people actually believe this.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Because
He might be the one that has the most real world support on this tier.
And yet is down here.
Right,
When,
so
when did he convert? Before Yarmouk? So Yarmouk was
No,
an
no.
inside job?
the story is the Muslims, they had sent messengers to all the kingdoms surrounding Arabia, and one of them was the Byzantine Empire. And when Heraclius received envoys, he was actually convinced that Muhammad was God's messenger and he was right about everything. And he wanted to convert to Islam and convert the empire to Islam, inshallah. But the noblemen of the empire, those dirty Christians, they resisted. They didn't believe Muhammad's true word, and so
They hated him.
yeah, they made Heraclius cuck out and just say like, no, 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 I was just kidding about that. I was just kidding about that. But
Just-
Heraclius stayed a true Muslim and prayed 5 times a day in secret, but he kept it to himself.
Most people rejected his message, and they hated him for telling the truth.
Literally the story of Muhammad. So where we get this theory from is from some Muslim sources. I think in fact only one Muslim source, one Arab source, that claims that Heraclius was like this. And it was like 600 years, 500 years after the fact. Like the Arabs had war actually in decline in this period. So it was well after the Arab Muslim Golden Age. It was actually a little bit into it, but like the Muslims had their take, so they didn't hold Heraclius in disdain, especially compared to other later Byzantine emperors. So yeah, that's the whole theory. So was Heraclius Muslim? Did he accept the true word of God?
Look, there is a 1967 Arabic movie called The Message.
Oh no.
The Message.
Oh no.
And it tells the real history, basically. So it's about those events.
I mean, what if every
You
single we discussed this possibility before, right, on our deep historical discussions, that every single Roman emperor post Heraclius was secretly Muslim.
Nah, that's stretching it. You know what the hell?
I mean, just expanding on
What-
that, there's
what do you
probably
like-
a whole laundry list of historical figures that Muslims assume converted to Islam for some reason or another.
The Big Tent religion.
It seems to be a recurring. It's a recurring thing you find in history, actually.
They were too ashamed to proclaim their faith.
Something like that, yeah.
Right. Last one
That sounds like an
of
okay
this
one.
tier.
Oh, hold on. Before we move on to the last one, funny comment from John Van Johnson, who said Chicken Romulus was the king of Bithynia.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Last one of the Schizo-Cato tier. Caracalla loved Geta.
If you love
How
somebody,
would you begin
let
to
him go.
justify it?
No, he loved
Geta
him
had
so
some
much
sort
that
of-
if he couldn't have him, nobody could have him.
So he killed him in
Geta
front of
had
his
some
mother.
disease.
He
Well,
was jealous of his mother. That's what
it
Caracalla
was,
was.
it was a passionate act.
Crime of passion. That's it.
Yes.
True.
But why would they separate the palace though? Because they couldn't keep their hands off each other or something.
He wanted
This Caracalla loved him so much he couldn't stay too close to him.
Caracalla wanted Geta to be free. But then he also
I
wanted
know,
him
yes.
So he drew a line.
So
Yes,
yeah, he drew
the
a
only
line.
place to be really free is the next life.
Exactly.
And they were
Smart.
secretly
That-
Muslim.
That's why they
No,
massacred
no,
the
no.
Latins to set them free.
Right. I believe it. Next one.
Yeah. All right, we're now reaching the Valentinian tier. Oh, this one is all this is all insanity from now on.
No, it's another word for it.
And by the truth is the real word here.
Mm.
We're finally reaching the truth.
It's as if we're reading
A
further.
lot of people are
and
gonna
further.
die because they can't take the knowledge that is about to be imparted.
Yeah, it's like it's
But
reading further and further into the Ogma Infinium. The Ottomans
We just love them
avenged
too
the
much.
Trojans.
You
This one
can
sucks.
actually justify it for an actual historical claim that's made. It's like it's claimed that the Mehmed II, the Ottoman that conquered Constantinople and destroyed the Byzantine Empire, he saw himself as a Roman, so to say. He admired the culture and the history, and he took Constantinople. And there's a quote from him. Maybe someone can search. Maybe I can do it. like the quote that Mehmed II said about Trojans and how he was avenging them. And like it goes right along with the Aeneid being true and all.
Stankface writes, "This is where our third eye opens."
The 4-5. The 4 specifically, keep that number in mind.
No, the third eye opens.
So, that's not disputable, right? Does anyone have anything on this?
No disputing. The silence speaks
No
for itself.
disputing.
Alright, the Romans were
Yeah,
black.
I mean, have you seen some of those paintings of Septimius Severus? And he had dark skin. They were black, my dude.
Oh yeah, Septimius Severus.
Didn't you
actually
know
went-
he came from Africa?
Yes. So you know the real reason why he went to war with this Pescennius Niger, right?
I know. I already know where this is going.
He shouldn't have used this word. He didn't have the that word
He
pass.
does not have the pass.
The pass. You can't keep it unavenged.
Like some people actually believe they actually be enlightened with the knowledge of the Romans being black. Isn't there a story of Septimius Severus going to the wall in the Hadrian's wall, and he was spooked by a black soldier, an Ethiopian soldier or something?
He's never seen.
Why
Yeah,
would he
yeah.
be spooked by his own kin? I mean, everyone there is black, right? Why was he spooked?
Because this guy was like a black walker. You know who those
Black
are?
walk.
Black walker. So the Hadrian's wall was built to keep the black walkers out.
That's God to me.
That's it.
Yeah.
For some reason, everyone keeps saying "we" in the chat. I can't figure it out.
Because we were kings.
We was. Oh, this is.
I
Not
mean,
the last
with the
page.
Romans were black, you can see the whole propaganda machine that was put in place to just hide this truth from us. Like
Yes.
Metatron, that complete shield of the world government, he made a whole video just completely crapping on this theory, saying that the Romans weren't black. Like it's just part of this whole machinery. They try to convince us of the melanin-filled sub-Saharan ancestry of our Roman ancestors.
I hope the Illuminati pay him enough for this.
By the way,
Augustus,
this
black.
is not the end
Trajan,
of
black.
the we was.
So there is a Roman saint, Saint Marcion or something. Saint
Black.
Marcellus.
Black.
Saint the word black over and over.
They're all black.
Anyway, we'll move on to the next one. All heresies are true. All of them.
So
Even
with
the-
Iconoclasm and
iconoclasm,
iconophiles
yeah.
are right.
Yes.
including all those that contradict each other.
No, like they can be
Especially
true in a sort of if there is a multiverse, right? And whenever someone comes
in
up with
some
a
of them,
stupid idea-
Jesus is part human and part divine. The
Yes,
others is
yeah,
both
yeah.
human and divine, and some he's just
All
divine.
true.
It's basically Jesus cinematic universe extended. And it's like, you
Do we
know,
have to travel through when we time travel? When Romans time traveled, they had to go
So-
through those multiverses.
they had to watch all of those like there's like 27 movies in the phase 2 at least, and to reach like the iconoclasm they had to buy the tickets to every single one of those.
Chicken Romulus was black. Alfonso level 2 says.
Chrysotom on the chat says, "I'm a based Gnostic Nestorianarian." You know, it's like when people say that they are communist Christians. You know, I get the same vibe from that.
Yeah, it's like it's a
Just say that you're two contradictory things at the same time. It's the elder knowledge, as we said. Like you don't have to understand it. We're just imparting it, and it's fine if you're too much of a brainly to get stuff. It's okay. This is for PhD, at least. We're all PhD. We're postdocs here, actually. Only Alexis is a PhD.
no, I'm a metadoc.
You don't have to lie.
I don't. I'm lying and telling truth at the same time.
Right. Rome's foundation date is 10,000 years off.
Like it depends on like from which perspective. I think it's the theory here is 10,000 years in which direction? I wonder.
I
In the
mean,
future.
In the future,
the
right?
Depends if
future
you're a
means that
Latin or
Rome
not.
hasn't been founded yet.
The word
So-
future is the
oh,
lowest
I
of the
see.
most of this life.
I corrected. So I think it's supposed to be like the Christopher Nolan movie where they walk backwards. So there is a Roman Empire 10,000 years in the future, and like the Latins, they're traveling back, right? And the original empire, it's with the Romulus chicken, it's traveling forward, and the Latin massacre is
What
like
the
is the it's the Tenet thing. It's a Tenet movie, right?
My mind is
Something like
exploding.
this.
Keep going. Keep going.
I wonder, like, I want to like make a hypothesis on which date would be the convergence of those two timelines. Was it Massacre of the Latins? I don't know.
1,000 years.
I think it's the birth of Jesus. So the two timelines they met, and the universe was split into the multiple ones. Where like in every universe, like every single heresy like has its own universe where it is true. That's like the
Which one is the best, though? Which heresy is the best? Produces the best situation, the best universe?
That's a deep theological question. I think I don't feel qualified to elaborate.
For
on
me,
this
it's Gnosticism. If you're one of the ones that know the Gnostics. You get to be in this little club, you know who the
one. No,
real
that's
God
cringe. It's like the
Of course, you
Gnosticism
would
says
say
like
that because you're part of this
Jesus.
doomed universe where Gnosticism isn't true.
Yeah. Well, I'm trapped in this one. Until we reach the last tier, then maybe I can find an escape.
There lies how the secrets of the universe. So the Rome Foundation is 10,000 years off, and like it links the Romans back to their true ancestors, the Finno-Ugric Empire.
Oh God.
Yeah. They were an offshoot, and
So they're
when Rome was
Hungarians.
founded,
Oh,
they're Finns.
But those are the same people,
Yeah, exactly, Finno-Ugrics.
right?
And like that makes Rome older than agriculture. So how did they found it? Lost technology from the Finns. Saint Nicholas is the living, literal Santa Claus. It is the season, right?
yeah. Saint Nicholas is a living, literal
I mean,
Santa
that-
Claus.
I mean that's just basic knowledge. Even kids know this.
Yeah, this is real.
Where do presents come from? Huh?
Saint Nicholas.
Checkmate. Liberal.
The L.
And there to the right we have the Aeneid is real history.
The Aeneid is
Which
real
goes
history.
right along with the first one.
Yeah.
I didn't get to read the full Aeneid. I only saw some summaries of the true history. But for the Aeneid to be real history, it really puts all heresies are true in a bigger frame, as in all the pagan religions are true. The Greek and Roman. All those gods, like a Venus, Aphrodite. The Aeneid puts a lot of things on the table, you know.
So I like the line in the Aeneid, like it's literally the 7th, I think, line, or 8th. From whence the race of Alban can be Albanian. Fathers come. Let's if we can
no.
solve the sources.
No.
You're hell bent on linking Albanians to everything.
Yes,
This is their fourth time doing that. Do you know something with Dom?
Easy.
I want to see how you link sacred chickens with a Romulus theory.
Well, they have a. It's not Romulus himself. just being one guy. It's like the Avatar situation.
Ah, yes.
And so it's kind of him being reborn. Like in some points, it's not actually him; it's Constantine. And like the sacred chickens is easy. Well, like Avatar is actually like a different people, right? But it's like the same guy. That's it. Like there are multiple sacred chickens. They are the Avatar.
All of them are
Yes.
the Avatar.
Yes. All of them are
I would
sacred.
have thought you would have said about the clones. I heard the clones. All those chickens are clones of Romulus and stuff. Oh, no, you're
No,
going now more reincarnation. Okay, so
I'm not into that Star Wars shit.
taking notes. You'll be on the test, yeah.
Right.
Mark Anthony was
Mark-
one of the
yeah.
martyrs.
Like the conspirators actually had to
Why?
to worry about Mark Anthony being in
Why?
their way.
Why did Mark Anthony have to kill Caesar? Trying to understand, he had everything to lose. Wait, wasn't there an actual? Were there actual sources that said that Mark Anthony was sometimes being pulled into the direction of going against Caesar, but he refused?
At which
Is
point?
this like at the point that Caesar was going to go on the Parthian campaign, and Mark Anthony was in the Roman Senate, being one of the tribunes of the plebs, I think it was.
Yeah,
No, he was a consul back then.
The conspirators tried to pull him to their side, I believe.
Yeah. So, is that the knowledge that was altered in the historical documents, and the real truth is that he did partake in the conspiracy? So
Well,
then
he-
the question
what-
is, who altered them?
He did help the conspirators right after the murder too.
Hmm.
In which sense?
So
Hmm.
No, he was at the scene of the crime, right?
I
Yeah.
mean, if you count the outside as a scene of the crime, then sure.
He was standing guard.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I don't know why I still bother at this point. There's no reason
Yeah.
to try to apply any logic.
Why you're not gonna elaborate on the Roman Empire did not exist theory?
It's the one from TikTok.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love how
like I
that
think
one.
Pax would-
I love how that one just straight up denies the existence of the Roman Empire, and yet it's not in the last tier.
have
Damn.
you heard her reasons for why it did not exist?
I know.
Well, I hope sincerely that it's because she thinks that the Roman Empire actually existed.
Yeah, you confuse those two, right? The reason it didn't
says-
exist is because it was the Roman Empire all along.
She says there is not one Latin document that exists at all. Back to Rome.
It was the real massacre was of the documents. in
bro,
Latin.
Yes, the Latin
A
massacre.
massacre of the
language.
Bro,
There doesn't exist any Latin document.
Also,
Dova and I speak
It's
a
all
language.
forgeries.
Dova and I speak a language that comes from Latin.
Look, it's
She would,
been
she would be good
invented.
for this video. She thinks that Trajan's column was built in the 1930s.
Oh, that's a good one. So
Mussolini built the column.
Yeah,
Why?
all of Roman
Yeah.
because Roman history is just a gateway to fascism.
They invented it all.
She's
Yeah.
true. She's true on this take, but okay.
And this is too much even for me. I can't take this elder knowledge, man.
We tackled the Roman Empire did not exist. We spoke about the Roman Empire. What about the sacred chickens? Nobody's talking about the sacred chickens.
I mean,
I'm
I
actually
think
writing-
We theorize a
I'm
bit
actually
about
writing
it.
lore on the sacred chickens right now.
I mean,
Look,
the premise is simple: is that they were sacred. Of course, Alexios has
And they were
already
chickens.
explained that the chickens are a bit of like an extension of Romulus's will. That's why they're sacred.
There is a lot of debate on whether Romulus is part man, part chicken, or whether they're like two natures coexisting.
Oh my God.
Maybe they're like two natures
Is there
and
heresies?
and it's actually like one will, but like two nations. Okay,
Rotless
maybe,
heresy?
but you know, the real question is whether or not we should draw the chickens.
Yeah, like no, I'm more of the iconoclast. How do you say chicken in Latin?
What can you say about this?
My God,
Like, iconoclast is Greek, not Latin.
true that.
I don't know how chicken is in Greek. Let's go.
As for the Roman Empire, isn't the Roman Empire on?
Cotapoloclast. That would be the
Nice.
correct.
Good.
Isn't the Roman Empire on the Elder Scrolls lore? It was one of those
Yeah, it is.
early
It is.
empires. It was like a Raymond Cyrodiil was a dragonborn,
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
founded the empire with the help of the invaders from Makaviri, and it was like the primeval empire. Like, so what is the theory here? Is this about Remus or the Roman Empire from the Elder Scrolls is real history?
That it existed
can
in
it be
the
both?
real world.
Of
But
Elder
it's
Scrolls,
real.
yes.
It's all real.
It's
You know, the
all-
heart of Lorcan, everything. The throat of the world.
Shame on you, with Nilevar.
I'm starting to drown into the inside.
And the elites that have taught us the false history are all Falmor agents.
I'm thinking. I think it's the only guy who tries to tell the truth is Todd Howard.
That's the guy we're getting the truth from. My
Yes.
God.
Todd Howard.
It's
Yeah, as I said, running circles in my head to comprehend it all.
Remus died in Endgame.
Let's should we go to the last tier? This is the last tier. Should we go?
Who looks, yes.
There's no turning back after this.
Yeah.
This is it, ladies and
There was no
gentlemen.
turning back 2 tiers ago.
The full.
Yeah,
the full
We already crossed the
tier.
event horizon.
Unless you're
Yeah.
Latin.
Across the Rubicon.
Here we go. All right, we start with I have made but one mistake.
It's a literal quote from Romulus the Chicken.
No, it's a quote from Roman Emperor Titus, and these were his last words. And what mistake was it?
I have made but one mistake. What did he mean by this?
Something
What
with
did-
the temple.
What was the mistake?
He didn't go far enough.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Hold it there. The mistake that Titus committed. Was it about the mission? His younger brother, his younger autistic brother, that came out to be a good emperor, but
Well, here's
maybe
the
there was a
thing.
mistake there.
You tend to soil yourself after you die. Maybe you forgot to take a piss.
Go ahead.
Was it the grand mistake, right?
I have made but one mistake. I'm trying to think if people have speculated on this for a long time, what Titus said, because it's allegedly what he said. For those who don't know the story, don't know this quote. Titus was an emperor of Rome, the Flavian dynasty, son of Vespasian, brother of Domitian, and he only ruled for 2 years. He was a good emperor for that time, but then he died of a sickness. And before he died, he said, I have made but one mistake. And he didn't elaborate, or he was killed before he died before he could elaborate. And people have been speculating all this time. What was his mistake, you know? Because he was a good ruler. I mean, the Vesuvius eruption happened in his time, you know, the whole Pompey situation. Pompeii. Was that a mistake?
You do what?
The eruption of the Vesuvius that destroyed Pompeii, the city.
Was it mistake of Titus? How?
Yeah, maybe he invoked it with dark magic and he regretted it.
Yeah, he could. I suppose. I think like Vulcan was the one from the unbiased
Vulcan.
history. Vulcan was a
That's
just about something. Yeah.
right. I mean, maybe if someone in the comments knows what the mistake was. No
That's
errors. That's what Thrasmaxer asks.
A lot of saying his mistake was dying.
His mistake was
Oh.
that.
Damn, the ultimate one.
Praetorians.
Oh,
He was trolled by history and made no mistakes.
yeah, that's a good one.
Let's see. Man, I died. I buy that. That was his mistake. He died.
His mistake was
He
dying.
got he got infected.
Oh.
You know.
Maybe it's tied to the bust of Titus. That's the bust of the Pompey. That was in the beginning of this video.
That was the one mistake.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. See, people. They don't want us to know.
Oh god.
they
Taking
just
us
silence
down.
monsters.
The government is taking us down. They don't want us to know.
All right, I'm back.
Right.
For now.
So Pompeii is the same city that was destroyed, and the bust says Pompeii.
That was the one
I don't know.
mistake. I think we
Can
figured
be.
it out.
Yeah.
Can't be
Yeah, like
coincidence.
Spectrum wrote this with anticipation of what he was gonna do in the future.
Actually,
good one.
I didn't write this part.
Yeah, who was the
Literally, anytime Dova says somebody else wrote it, he wrote it himself and just forgot.
No, that's a theory. It's right there. It's written in black though.
Can't see it.
Right.
Confirming the.
So, should we move on? The body
Yes.
of water Agricola
can.
crossed was the Atlantic.
Did he cross to Hibernia or something?
He
Supposedly,
crossed
like-
into Hyperborea.
Nice. What's the Normie theory? What's the sheeple? What do the sheeple think about this?
The sheeple theory is that he crossed the body of water into Ireland.
Into
And there were some
Ireland.
Roman coins in Ireland. to prove
Hibernia,
that.
right? Right.
But really, he made it to Newfoundland.
Yeah.
He made it to California.
And stayed there.
Yeah,
and
the
the guy
Agricola
who
that came back was
the
not the
returned
same
was-
Agricola.
Yes, it was not the same Agricola.
Who was the false Agricola?
Like maybe there's like a portal that allows you to access different timelines.
Maybe
So it
Cthulhu
like-
helped him cross the ocean.
Yeah.
What would Agricola have done in the Americas? Would he have conquered the whole of the Americas with like the 3,000 dudes he had or whatever depleted legion he had?
Well, it depends on the state, I suppose.
Probably set up a colony or something.
But it was only dudes though. He would have to like do what the Vikings
Yeah,
did and kidnap
but that's-
the woman.
Yeah.
All the Americans have they already had guns by this point, so they already had like a Second Amendment.
Oh my god.
I don't think he would achieve much.
Would the diseases that the Romans bring with them into the continent have wiped out the Indians the same
Oh,
way
good
that
one.
the Europeans later did?
Yeah, good one. So smallpox problem. Agricola brought smallpox to California. That's why something.
Right.
That's why they couldn't develop enough technology to later
Agricola and his
resist
legionnaires, they
colonization.
interbred into the local population of natives, and that's why the American
Yes,
Indians
it
are
is.
the real Romans.
Yes.
Right.
Seeing a lot of Agricola. He went to Brazil.
Oh, that's good. That could be that as well.
Right. So the next one, Caligula's apotheosis. In other words, Caligula literally became a god.
Until he was killed by the Praetorians.
That his physical form.
His physical form, yes.
Yeah. 'Cause he keeps on living. He keeps on living in all our hearts.
Caligula did behave like a god, didn't he? As a Roman god, at least. He screwed his sisters. He ruled like a tyrant. He battled other gods.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One.
I see the
By the
point.
way-
The war against Neptune.
I mean, all of his behavior is linked to him being a god. But the real question is, why did he ascend to the divine? Is it like a Talos situation? Did Caligula
Talos.
find a medium?
Romulus the chicken felt that Rome needed a new heavenly figure to lead it.
In
Is it okay to draw Caligula?
That's a good question.
Look,
Is,
look,
is,
I don't know.
is the cult of Caligula iconoclastic?
He's not the god that they
Uh.
deserve, but the god that they need.
What icons do you have in the Code of Caligula?
Oh, like that
Caligula's
movie
horse.
from the 80s. That movie from the 80s.
The movie, yes.
Yes.
A statue
was
of
Star
Caligula's
Trek.
horse.
A picture of boots.
Picture of boots.
Yeah, that's the symbol of
The faith,
Caligularism.
yes.
Of the
Picture of
faith of
boots.
Caligularism.
Little boots. Another theory that we have been not very patient with, you know? The one.
Just teasing it a little bit throughout the
one-
video.
the
Yeah.
one. Every Constantine was the same time traveling Constantine. Yeah, this is probably the craziest one out of the entire bunch, and it's saying something.
Much because a lot of the Constantines lived at the same time. So, were they all the same entity? A hive mind?
No,
Constantines or
it's because the timeline is screwed,
No,
and
it's-
Constantine.
It's all lies, the timeline, right?
Because-
all those
because-
Constantines
Look,
lived at the same time.
look here. You know how there are two different Constantine the thirds. That's because historians can't figure it out.
That's true.
Constantine keeps going back in time, and he went back in time into the period between the Constantine the second and the Constantine the third. And the historians had to make that's not new Constantine the third. What do we do now?
It's not-
And he keeps doing it like multiple times. There are a bunch of Constantines
Here's
that
the
aren't
thing, though,
accounted
it's
for.
not that complicated, because if Constantine is a time traveler, then he can be in two places at the same time.
That's easy, yeah.
unless
He
you
doesn't
follow
get-
the logic of a paradox. You know, the paradox
Look.
would be you can't have two Constantines in the same place at the same time.
No, Constantine can have it,
The
and
universe
Constantine
explodes.
he can conceive himself with a woman in the
Clearly.
same timeline,
Oh my.
then go back in time, right? Keep the.
But the kid is
keep
only
his
half
child.
Constantine. It's not full Constantine. Unless he's his own grandfather or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Constantine's
It's a closed
grandfather.
loop, you know?
That's the thing. He
all-
is his own grandfather.
Look, all I'm going to say is yes.
I think we can all say yes to this, along with the sacred chickens, and
It all ties in. It all ties in.
it's all part of this universe that we've crafted.
Yes.
Right.
We crafted it, that we discovered, yeah?
Yes.
Greek fire was napalm from the future.
A lot of stuff from the future.
Look, it's Constantine brought it back easy. Next.
Yeah, that's clear.
Constantine, brother. Wasn't Constantine the fourth? The guy?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It all fits.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's starting to make sense. No.
It's the Constantine verse.
Like, they're like, there are chicken-pilled people in the comments. They say Constantine killed Crispus to become his own grandfather. True. To make Constantine the second
These
the
people are
the
very...
successor. Look, it didn't have to happen.
Constantine
Yeah.
killed Crispus to become his own grandfather, Zapquack says.
There is no chicken pill. It's just a bouillon cube.
Yes.
Alright. More we wasers. The Romans were Germanic.
Yeah, the image instantly comes to mind, you know, of that Photoshop picture of the whole lineage of the early Roman emperors, like from Augustus to Domitian and stuff, and they're all painted with a bright blonde yellow hair, and blue eyes.
Now, isn't the justification for that they were able to pull color out of the statues, and they said, oh, the hair would have been a yellowish color on the statue.
No,
There
to
you
the
go.
contrary. When the ones that argued that, they actually did that, and it's proven that it used to be brown, that hair on that Augustus statue, for example. So it's pure
Interesting.
hope, But no, I'm too ignorant. I mean, the Germanic roots of the Romans, I'm too.
So
I
what
can't
was the
conceive.
Teutoburg? What was the Teutoburg?
Yeah, it was
job.
an inside job.
Yeah.
Let's see. Makes sense.
You want to talk about a real inside job? How about we talk about the Fourth Punic War? The secret war.
We don't talk about that.
Finally, we got to
Yeah,
this, yes. Teased at the very beginning of the video.
Oh.
The fourth Punic War, the hidden war, the one that no historian dared to spread for future generations. The one that we had to make the most incredible amounts of time travel and deep research to finally reveal the hidden conflict that was the Titanic event in
Right.
the fourth Punic War.
Considering this is more your joke, Romabu, I suppose you should be the one
I
explaining.
don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking to
I
Romabu.
think it's maybe one of the convergence points, but I haven't done my research deeply enough to elaborate on this. So our evidence for the existence of it is the documentary by Netflix called The Barbarian Season 2, and there is a character from Carthage who wants to avenge the sack of Carthage, and she does it to Germanicus, right? Because the Carthage was supposedly, by the sheeple say that the Carthage was sacked in 143, but the events they're happening in the 9 AD, so 150 years after. Well, before this stream, I thought that it may be just it's just a secret war in the normal timeline. But now I think now I'm more on the quantum jump theory. I don't know about you guys. So the character jumped like 150 years. It's not that big. It's even forward. And we know that forward travel is much easier than backwards.
And
yes.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes, that's
There's
it.
nothing else.
There's nothing. Yeah. So supposedly the character itself was sacked. Carthage was sacked. Mind you, this is Roman Carthage because Carthage was rebuilt as a Roman colonia by the Roman army led by Germanicus, who accounting for the fact that supposedly it passed 10 years between that point in the season 2 of Barbarians and the sack of Carthage. It passed 10 years, which meant that Germanicus would have been like 11 years old or something.
Yeah. That's why the theory does not fit. Without time travel, that is.
Yeah. Time travel really is the solution to everything.
Look, yes.
If your dissertation doesn't have time travel in it, you can't get a PhD from Harvard.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's why they snubbed me for so long.
Right. So the next one is one of the better ones. Later Roman busts were accurate. Ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
the one that I will never accept.
Can you pull it up?
The truth hits too hard.
Look at this. Look at this. This is Eutropius in the flesh. It's 100%. This is legitimately how he looked.
Yeah, the eyes, the cheeks, the facial structure overall, there's a 1-to-1. And people, they just walked around like that. And real history was made by faces like these.
I have a delay on stream. Oh no, it's
The 30-second delay.
Yeah, because there's about a 30-second delay between what we're doing.
I like Maxentius's bust and all those busts. If his nose was this, by the way, this is not a damage. His nose was carved like that, and Constantine, one of his many time travel ventures, Constantine the First, he was just in pieces all the time. No, he was his huge head and a few fragments of his hands and feet, and he just crawled himself in fragments over places. It was why no one could. That's why he won every single battle. Huh? People couldn't defeat him in that state. What more can we derive from the Roman bust being accurate?
Looks real to me. But, can you pull those the tetrarchs, the portrait of the tetrarchs, what they look like?
Yeah, the Maxentius one, for example.
Well,
They call it dwarfs.
I'm putting.
It's one of the earliest examples.
Just an average portrait. Tetrarchy.
Oh, I do love the Carinus bust. Maybe it's Numerian.
I forgot about. They look like Oblivion NPCs.
Yeah.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? They're perfect. They're
They look like one of those wood elves, you know.
Ancient soy jacks.
One said your average eunuch.
Oh, wait. Still in delay.
all right. I think we should move. We should move on. We've done. All right. There's only 2 left.
Mm.
So they are. First of all, we get to the first one. The Fourth Crusade's true purpose.
Which one do you want to cover?
First,
The
first
Fourth
up,
Crusade, okay.
Yeah. What is the true
The
purpose?
Fourth Crusade's true purpose. Well, we all know what the Fourth Crusade was, right? We all know the real history behind the Fourth Crusade. We just have to educate everyone about that. So, the Fourth Crusade was a triple inside job. So, the way that the Venetians and the Pope conspired to try to end the Constantine time travel because it was hurting the timeline. They had to sack Constantinople to try to stop the time wound that was forming above Constantinople. And that was just one of the many reasons why they had to sack the city dry and bring everything to Venice where you can still see. But yeah, that is just one. Alexius here can explain one of the other 12 reasons why the Fourth Crusade's true purpose was never revealed.
Well, there is a, an evidence to suggest that looting all this stuff is just simply relocating the time nexus from Constantinople to Venice. So
No,
it may be like
they took all the stuff because they had a premonition that the Ottomans were going to conquer Constantinople. So we're just gonna take all of these and preserve it.
I think it has to do with like a interdimensional time traveling factions struggling for power. So I think Venice is another focus in the multiverse where you can actually access other parallel worlds.
Yeah, it was.
But maybe something else. Maybe they just wanted money. Who knows?
Venice was engaged in a power struggle against Constantine.
Bro, there is no Constantine.
For the animosity.
Yeah.
I mean, what had Constantine? What had the Constantine?
Wait. So if we get like Constantine the 10th, right? Constantine the 10th should be like 1070, 1055. And Constantine the 11th is 1450. So it's the 400 years in between those two. And the midpoint is the sack of Constantinople.
I mean, the theory got addressed because the Fourth Crusade ended up deposing one Alexius for the other, right? The nephew for the.
Yeah. They tried to do the same with Alexei, but didn't work out.
Sounds so ominous. The Fourth Crusade's true purpose. Was it all? Did they sacrifice everyone that they killed in Constantinople to summon a terrible demon?
I just think they wanted money, man. Why?
Nah. Venetians wanting money. I don't think I can share anything more about the Fourth Crusade before getting arrested.
Yeah.
Right. So should we move on to the last one?
I suppose so.
Let's
wrap it up.
All 3 versions of Gordian III's death are true.
Well, it makes sense in the multiverse. Other than that, I have nothing to add.
Could you stop talking about the?
But the 3 multiverses would have to coalesce at the same time.
Yeah. It may be the convergence point. Maybe the Gordian III's death.
No, we already established that the Roman Empire is true and does the entirety of the Elder Scrolls lore in real history. So there was this dragon break during Gordian III's death,
Yeah. Yes.
And something horribly eldritch happened that Gordon III did that conjured caused a dragon break, and then he died 3 different ways at the same time, and it's all true.
It may.
And by doing so, like in all dragon breaks, he rewrote history to add a lot of things, and the history became a whole different thing. The question is, because of this dragon break, what did history look like? How was it altered before?
I think it's just Roman Empire.
Just that.
Yes.
Gordian III was actually 3 people.
Look, the Gordian, the other were like the first one and the second one. It's not Gordian the third, it's Gordian 3.
Oh, was it Gordian 3?
It's not the order number, it's the quantity of Gordians.
Gordian 3.
I'm just glad that we're in the last one, because I think I'm going mad, legitimately. I can't wrap my brain around any of this.
Like, it's
I don't know. I feel a lot
Gordian
smarter.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Olivia killed Hamlet.
The knowledge is too much for me. My puny
It's the Gordian
mortal
hearsay.
brain. My puny mortal
Yeah, Gordian
brain can't
3
handle it.
Gordian 3 Dragon Break is going to be the highest earning blockbuster of the Roman Empire cinematic universe. You can bet your money on this.
Roman Cyrodiil, he was the GOAT.
You know, to each his own.
He was also a chicken.
What?
You know, but
He was one of the sacred chickens.
did he have one will though?
3 Gordians have 1 will. Yeah.
He was a full man, full chicken, with 1 will.
And you can't draw Gordian.
In full dragon. It's like a man bear pig type of deal. Half man, half chicken, half dragon. So I think that's it.
What are thirds? Okay. We did it. We got to the center of the black hole.
Amazing.
We have reached the
I feel-
singularity.
I feel exactly like the guy on the picture at the bottom right.
God, I'm just lowering.
What a list. What a list.
Of the sheer insanity of it all.
Maybe we could close off this venture into elder knowledge by reading some comments to see if anyone has any good questions about what we shared here today.
All right, folks, let's get your comments in the chat box.
Ask your questions. Ask your questions, by all means.
Ask away.
When's the next time you will have all these people in a chat? Who knows? Maybe it'll be next week.
All of these people are gonna die within a week. You know what? I made my deals with the
Was
government.
Rome founded by Greek colonists?
No, trust me.
Next one.
Greek colonists.
Ricardo asks, will this be turned into a video? Look, I'll leave it available.
Yes, for as long as the government will allow.
Yeah, I'll leave it available on my channel.
Yeah.
Favorite Roman god?
Favorite Roman god? Jinx. Yomi Soda.
My favorite Roman god.
Romulus.
Caligula.
Caligula, yes.
Caligula.
Wait, can we count
Well, Romulus is the god.
him as a god?
Quirinus. No, Romulus is god. Like, he's full god, full man, full chicken.
Full god, full man, full chicken.
We didn't have anything
Cacianus
about...
Maximus asks, is that Dovaheri?
Yes.
I don't know, it's maybe. I'm not sure.
It is a very good impersonator. We had to pay him a pretty penny.
It's
His corpse
AI.
is still fresh on the ground.
It's VTuber Dohari.
No comments about, what is it, Sponsanian? Is that how you say his name? The
Oh,
new
damn.
emperor?
Spontianus.
Oh, damn, yes.
Spontianus?
Spensianus, yes.
Where is the
We didn't
ultimate
get-
victory?
It's in my garage.
Oh, here's all right. So Magnus asks, "Is Russia the third Rome?"
Yes, but it fell in 1922.
All right. At Spectrum, do you think Emperor Focus liked Emperor Pupienus?
Even more iconic duel.
Okay, here's an easy one from Super SpongeBob Papura X. Was Commodus based or cringe? I say cringe.
Was the
Any,
video I forgot to record a couple months ago about this iceberg? No, completely different content.
He didn't even know I was gonna drag him into this,
No idea.
and he
According
was
to
gonna
the-
regret
hold
this for the rest of his short life.
So we got one from John Van Johnson. According to the 10,000 years off theory, how does Romulus chicken account for this?
He's an elder chicken.
Is an elder chicken.
Simple as. Igor Donzelli. Dova, how you like a Portuguese accent while speaking English? Well, that's not an actual theory that we listed, but I will say it's a conspiracy, right? I can't share that classified information.
So John de Vries asks, is Argentina the fourth Rome? Greece? Is that?
Yes, and proof of that was showed like 3 days ago.
It's maybe not as clear cut, huh?
That's what defines if you're the heir of Rome, if you win the World Cup or not.
Oh, so they took it.
They took it from
Yes.
they took it from France.
The spirit of the chicken Romulus is inside that cup.
All right. Narja Hanem asks, where are you guys from? What countries? I'm from the U.S.
I am also from the U.S.
Anybody else want to say what country they're from?
Ashamed. Alexis?
I'm from Brazil.
Yeah, I'm from Russia.
And I'm from Spain.
Yes. Any other scholars here? Let's see.
Is
You should invite Byzantin next time. Yeah, nice channel, that one. It's cute.
Well, I like the who would win in a fight, Romulus Augustus or Constantine the 13th.
Me. I'll break their noses, just like in the statues.
Was Julian based or cringe?
Julian, you mean the pagan one?
The apostate, yep.
I think we discovered that Julia was a super whore.
No. Julian.
Julia was. Julian.
Julian.
Maybe he was a super whore man.
Yeah, he was a super whore. Julian was a super whore, and therefore he was based.
thoughts on Napoleon Bonaparte, Caesar tier? I would say so.
As we discussed, France is the heir to Rome. So yeah, true Roman. I like it.
How many Romes are there?
Depends on how many
Infinite in the
multiverses
time
you have.
travel.
There is a
This
complex number of Romes.
What are you guys reading at the moment?
I'm reading the comments.
Comments.
Yeah.
Yes, we are all reading the comments.
First.
But okay, books. Sometimes I just go in websites that are legal, and I get some audiobooks that are legal, and I just read whatever's popular at the time. For example, science books and everything, like speculations about recent physics, like theories, like whatever popular scientist at that moment wrote a popular book. I probably read that, stuff like that. But that's just me.
Yeah, I'm reading a biography on Huey Long. Kind can't remember the author's name, but the book's on my shelf. I'm just not
Huey
going to grab it
Longdong?
right now. Yes, Huey Longdong.
Nice. I'm actually reading a Roman thing. I know, right? Who does this? It's called Streams of Gold, Rivers of Blood. It's pretty good.
It's very
Andy
good.
Cooper asks, does time travel solve everything? Clearly. Were you here? Did you listen to our live stream?
Time travel and magnets. Sometimes aliens, but that's only if it gets really, really stretched.
Did we even mention aliens in this iceberg? Actually,
I don't think so. No, briefly, but like not anything serious. Like for.
I mean, we aliens that we did mention, we didn't say that they were aliens.
John Van Johnson asks, will you end the stream right now? And the answer
Yes.
is...
Yeah, like right now. End it right now.
Yes, let's go.
What, should I? Oh my god, he actually left.
And he's back.
And he's back, yeah. Well, not yet, but shortly.
Are Italians included in White Boy Summer? I'd certainly hope so. I'm Italian, and
Depends what region of Italy.
Same.
I mean, how Italian are you, really?
100% Italian blood here.
I wouldn't know I'm Brazilian.
Yes. Sad state of affairs, eh?
I know.
Here in Russia, things are far more peaceful.
Here in Spain, things are never peaceful.
No, it's a hellhole, isn't it? Perpetually a war there.
That's
Okay, Logani Film saying, no, I missed a rest, don't worry. It'll be available. I'll leave it available on the channel once the the stream is over.
Yeah.
what if Rome was a setup all along? What do you mean by that?
we
There
covered
was
it.
no Roman Empire, dude. Didn't you just see the theory? Talk about the Roman Empire. That's where the sauce is.
If Romans
was,
are black, are
Rima
Italians
Boo.
black too? Yes.
Yes.
You can look in the mirror.
Were
A
Illyrians
lot of questions
punished
about
by
the
God for their hubris by turning them into Albanians?
Yeah, they got punished for the conspiracy. For the
Did
clique.
Livia
It
cause
was a blessing,
9/11?
actually.
Did yes.
Well, first of all,
Livia
too soon,
orchestrated
but
the whole thing.
yes.
What period of Rome would you go back to and visit if you could? That's a good one.
None of them. I like to live where I live.
Everything was really pissy and crappy back then. The further into the past you go, I much rather see the ruins these days. Eat modern spaghetti with modern medicine and stuff like that. But
Modern-
if you're gonna force me to go back into the past and live like a week into any period of Rome, and I can't pick the place, like randomly spawned, I would go, clearly, if I'm being pragmatic, to some period in the Five Good Emperors rule. But, if I'm a bit sadistic, I would go into the early monarchy to see what the hell actually happened.
Well, I'm in Brazil, so I would go to any period to get away from here.
My dude, you can make a better shack in the Amazon. You don't have to live in the trees.
But all the good ones are already taken.
Yeah. You know how it is here. You gotta
Do they have a
you gotta
place to
search your
crash the rush?
dominance, You gotta get the biggest tree, the best tree.
I
And
suppose.
whoever stands in your way dies.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like the biggest, baddest monkeys are the ones that have the biggest, baddest trees. So you're gonna have to fight those monkeys and become
No.
the biggest monkey
Like,
yourself.
That's
Here in
That's the
Brazil,
higher.
we determine it by doing the ball tricks with the football. I'm sadly not very gifted with this, so. And
violence is the path forward.
yes,
If you cannot win at football, you win through violence.
there are two ways.
That is the Brazilian way.
I suppose at the request of some people, I'll be leaving the iceberg itself in the community. In the
Yeah, leave a
community
name,
post.
GUR file, something like that. Yeah, that works. Yeah. I think we've been 4 hours, over 4 hours of this, or around there.
We are up
About 4 hours, actually.
3 minutes and 59 seconds. 3 hours and 59 minutes.
Oh, we should keep it
3
till
minutes, 58 seconds.
Hmm.
You should stop right on the clock at 4.
So like the comments, no one has any more doubts on the truth bombs we dropped. Everything's fine, everything's cool, right? The test will be tomorrow because, as I said, it won't leave to another week.
Last chance for questions, folks. 1 minute left. Get your questions in. Everyone
Yeah,
dies.
yeah. Who cares about the delay? It's 1 minute from when we said it, so it's actually 30 seconds. Hours of lost knowledge. It's not so lost anymore, is it? Zack. Quack.
Which emperor does Dova admire the most?
Admire. Admire is a very strong word. So, which emperor I admire the most? I can't not say it. So, it's Aurelian, right? But you gotta keep in mind, Aurelian didn't used to be this ultra giga popular general.
10,
I actually
9,
first learned about
8,
Aurelian like in
7,
2014,
6,
15.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, I haven't ended yet.
Right, 4 hours then.
Yeah, actually it's been 4 hours and 41 seconds.
Good, good.
Oh,
So,
fuck my
Aurelian?
ass. Oh, sorry. Are you off?
No, I'm not off. I'm not off. That will stay in stream.
No, what I'm gonna do?
Yeah, so like just finishing that thought, like Aurelian, pretty normie choice these days, but when you read what the dude said, and get it, everything, it was him.
Alright, so you're done here?
I guess so. No one else taking any other questions?
I guess that's about it.
All right.
Yeah, that's about it.
Gentlemen.
We're all tired anyway.
I'm sorry for what's gonna happen.
How ominous. What an ominous thing to say.
Yeah, that was very ominous, yes. Alright. See you everybody.